from yesterday, and we are going to get underway. We are just a few minutes behind because we didn't have a quorum. So we will get straight into it, and I'd like to invite Stuart Niven. Are you here? Kia ora. So if you'd like to come forward and join us at the table, just make sure the microphone's on. Stuart, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Oh, we should do the karakia. Actually, you can join us. Thank you. I don't have any notes, so I'm sort of winging it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Me karakia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta. Kia mā tara tara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura. He tio, he huka, he hauhu. Ti hei mauri ora. Well, thank you, Councillor Sparrow, for keeping us on track. I appreciate that. Right, so sorry about that, Stuart. We're just sort of getting ourselves settled this morning.
Okay.
So you have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions. So if you can allow a little bit of time at the end of your just within that 5 minutes for questions, that would be great.
Yeah, I am painfully aware that there's 5 minutes on the.
Great, and it does go very fast.
I come to you this morning actually seething with anger. And I'm seething with anger because I read the staff's comment this morning on your hearings yesterday and the things that people said. And I've come to the conclusion that this city is going through a public lobotomy. In other words, it's forgetting what made it a super little city. I'm a refugee from the 90s. I've been out of this city for 20 years. And I worked here right through the 90s for the council. And I was a president of the Architectural Centre during part of that time. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk about this part of the city. It's very difficult to talk about the library without also talking about the square, because they all came into being at exactly the same time and they're all part of the same thing. So let's start first of all with the cost, because the cost is written large and it's not insignificant, and it's a difficult issue. But I have to say that the discussion that I've seen, the public discussion about the library in this city over the last 6 months to 7 months, has reminded me of that phrase about knowing the value, the cost of everything and the value of nothing. First of all, let's start with the building. I know that architecture is poorly understood in this country, and to find a sophisticated discussion about architecture is hard to find. And I'm reminded again about that when I read the comments yesterday. This is a good building. It was judged to be an exceptionally good building at the time it was finished. 30,000 people a day is a register of 3,000 people a day is a register of this being a good building. 3,000 people do not go and inhabit a building for most of the day if it's a bad building. They stay short periods of time and they get out, and that is not the case with this building. Okay, so let's come to the thing about the new program for libraries. This building is a large tent. Architecturally, it's a large tent. It's got some important components within it, but it's got a lot of space that you can completely refigure the contemporary library functions. It's not incapable of doing that. In fact, it's probably more capable than most of the library buildings we currently have. Secondly, I want to talk about this building in its architectural terms, in terms of the square. This building forms a significant part of the wall and previously the entry into the square. So there's a kind of a strange medieval concept of arriving in the square as a precinct separate from the city with a wall that you pass through. Now, we did away with the wall when we got rid of our bridge because of for earthquake reasons, which is the reason we get rid of most things that we value. But nobody bothered to think about whether or not the portal's removal actually made a significant difference to the iconography and the feeling of the square. That's history. We haven't got it anymore. But remember that the library, part of its side wall made up that entrance into the square. The other thing is, from the city side, it's a wall. From the square side, it's a giant 3-storey bay window into the square, which has been used as a bay window by hundreds or thousands of students over many years as they sit on those 3 levels looking into the square. Unfortunately, the square they've looked into has never really been given the time to become what it needed to be. It was great for big public occasions, but on the day-to-day function, it's just no effort has been put into making that a place that you'd want to be and do things. The death of what I would call the slow death of the square happened almost immediately after it was finished. Some of you may remember those beautiful pools and the abstract paintings that were inside the pools that shimmered around the edge of that space. They were the first to go, and they were never replaced, even though, frankly, the issues about replacing them were not impervious. They could have been done. They could have been recovered, but we didn't do that. Why are those pools important? Well, I'll give you one little instance. This is a difficult space to make, because it had to make a whole lot of buildings that had never been about a square kind of look like they belonged. And one of them was Michael Fowler Centre, which is impervious to almost anything except itself. So the idea was to present it to the square on a sheen of water. So it almost looked like a boat that had been moored up against the square. And I have to tell you, it worked. As an idea, it worked, but it ceased to work when the pool disappeared, and then the mural went, and nobody bothered about that for 20 years. The space under the bridge, I know there are difficulties with that, but it was the most wonderful children's museum for about 4 or 5 years. It was glorious. To go in there was incredibly exciting. We've left it as a dark, empty space for 15 years. How dare we do that? We've left a space which was always going to be the completion of the square, the green space at the moment. We've talked about that as a very valuable park. Very valuable parks don't compete with other things. In the concept of the square by 3 very clever city architects who worked together as a group, which is almost unheard of in the architectural community in this country and anywhere else for that matter, to create this particular vision. That was to be the final brick in the wall, if you like, of creating that strong, centred feeling of being in the square. Well, that's still to be done, and we still are timid about it, and we still are afraid to have that discussion. I've read about the fact that it would be just wonderful to have a great new shiny, spiffy new library, because everybody loves shiny, spiffy new things, which are only shiny and spiffy for about 10 minutes before they start being old buildings or buildings gathering age. I point you to the old art gallery, which was the library, which has been completely transformed in terms of its use and function, arguably in a much more difficult building to transform than our current tent, which is the current library. So what I'm asking for you here this morning is a bit of public fortitude and bravery from you that your council showed in the 90s when they did this amazing thing. And it was a brave thing they did. I mean, there were a lot of people that were not convinced about a square, even though it had been on the city's agenda for a long time. Something like about 80 years, the city had hungered for a central space. So the decision to make it and to stay with it and to hold fast during the period of construction, which was extraordinarily disruptive, we tend to remember how brave that was and how important that was to the city. I mean, I've been away for 20 years, and I know that many things have happened in the city that have made it even better than it was. But I'd have to say to you that the period of the 90s was a really important period in this city, where the city actually made its image. And I have to say we're coasting on that image today. You know, I would say that the creativity that we see in our city at the moment comes from the private sphere, not the public.
Thank you.
So I guess I'd leave you with that.
Well, kia ora, Stuart. Thank you for taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing so. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions.
That's all right.
Appreciate your very clear submission there. Yep, thank you. Right, kia ora. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Pauline Swan to the table. Morena. Pauline's submission is on page 112.
I'm fine. It's just not funny getting old.
We were just observing how amazing you are at getting up to council at 9:30 in the morning to come and talk to us. So thank you for taking the time to do that, and we look forward to hearing from you this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I've got a few other problems at present, as you can see, with a walking stick, but I'm quite passionate about this library, and you can read what I've already told you. But I just have to say that I'm a Wellingtonian through and through, and a library girl, because I grew up in Lyell Bay, and we actually had a library in Lyell Bay in those days. But I would refer you to the structural engineer Alan Thornton, who challenged the estimates for strengthening the Central Library, and he acknowledged the public desire to get the Central Library reopened. And architect Roger Walker said that demolition of the Central Library would be unthinkable. He said the building was recognised throughout the world and was part of a Category 1 listed heritage product. And We consider the convention centre as questionable, and the library is. We can't risk another gully without a library. That was by Max Rushbrook. There was a heritage push still for the Central Library, so that's what we are hoping that you are listening to. And when I filled in my form, I presume you've all read the submission form here, and I've said in there that somewhat appealing, and this is what it is to me. It's very much a precious library. Okay, so I'm not going to say much more because it's just I'm quite passionate about it, and I want to see the library kept. And it's a sociable place as well. I mean, and when they said that you couldn't get into the library from Civic Square, you can. I've been to many council meetings and then gone over there to have a coffee up to Clark's Cafe, and then you can walk along and there's the toilets, and then keep walking to the mezzanine floor where there's meetings, and I've been to AGMs there and meetings, and then you hop on the lift and go upstairs and go to the part where you want to read and look at somebody else's newspapers. So thank you.
We do have a question for you from Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Pauline, and for everything you've done for the city. My just question is, the cost of option C is high, so I presume you're happy, you want ratepayer dollars to go into that because you are really committed to that option?
Well, that part concerns me. I don't know why option C is the most expensive. I have my doubts about it because, this, as I understand, it's only the basement part that nothing's happened to the library yet. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Pauline, for coming in to korero with us. Appreciate you taking the time.
Well, I'll hobble back again.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to welcome Keitha Booth to come forward now. Morena, Keitha. Thank you for coming in this morning. And Keitha's submission is on page 70. For councillors, if they want to see that.
Tēnā koutou katoa,
Tēnā koe.
ko Keitha Booth aho. We've just handed out my notes for this 5-minute session. So I'll just speak to them. Oh, I'm just coming now, I see. I'll speak to them. So I'm a librarian and information person. I started my career at the New Plymouth Public Library, Pukeariki, and I'm currently the independent monitor for the Open Government Partnership of the New Zealand Government's Open Government work. Now, I support retention of a central library building in Wellington. I just want to start with that because just in case people have thought, whilst we have pop-up libraries and more emphasis on branch libraries, that maybe we don't need a central library building at all. So this last 18 months has given you time to test that, and we've all greatly appreciated the pop-up library service, but that's inadequate. In my view. They only offer a narrow range of resources. Access and parking for users is particularly difficult, and also that the requirement for parents of children to come is more difficult in these parts of the central city. But they're inadequate for central city residents, who I now understand are the largest suburb in Wellington, and they don't attract ratepayers from outside the CBD. So that's a very strong reason for having a central library building, let alone its wider role. Now, I also have observed the use of the Johnsonville warehouse for storing the collections, and I support that. And it's brought us back to the collections, thank goodness. We were suffering without access to them. And I'm assuming you're assessing the impact of using the warehouse in the future for housing the stack collections. And that's going to give you a greater opportunity for reconfiguring the central building. I support high-level remediation of the existing library. I endorse the views of Adam Thornton, structural engineers, and have confidence that he and others will have better cost estimates than you currently have. This is an iconic library. It's a dual asset for the council and for the capital city. I want it to be safe and resilient and be the core for Wellington's central library services for the future. It's worked for users of the library. It's collection-based, it's resource-based. I've noticed that so many people giving submissions don't talk about the collection. They talk about the building in Turanga in Christchurch, which I have been to, as being a wonderful asset for the community. They don't talk about the purpose of providing users with knowledge and resources and wisdom and access to what libraries offer. I've always looked with delight at the high volume of foot traffic and use of the Central Library on Saturdays. And that secondary community role has been successful, but it is secondary. And reconfiguration is possible, I believe, of the Central Library. So also, finally, with the National Library of New Zealand reducing its range of collections to New Zealand material, it's even more important that major public libraries like yours have a broad collection development policy. You retain what you have now. And that would, for me, continue to endorse Wellington Public Library as one of the top public libraries in New Zealand and thank the Council for its extensive support of the library.
Thank you. We do have a few questions, so we'll try and get through as many as we can. Lee Foster.
Thanks, Keitha. Just a question. One of the things that a number of people, submitters, have said to us yesterday was about what they like about the warehousing bit is the ability to be able to access those books from any part of the system. I just wonder if there's a role for that kind of, I can go into Miramar or Karori or Newtown or whatever, and I can get those books.
But we've always been able to.
Yeah. So does that make it less important that they're in that one location of the Central Library?
Yes, for the stack, for the core of the collection,
Yeah.
not the current collection, but all the materials that you've stored in the basement or wherever they've been in a library terms, the stack.
Cool. Okay, and the other question was a number of people have also said that they quite like the accessibility of having different library locations in the CBD. Is it something which we could do to have a Central Library plus other locations within the CBD?
Well, ideally, yes, but only if that doesn't restrict the ability to upgrade and make the Central Library the primary
Oh,
source.
yeah.
Yes, I use those. I particularly like the branch at the National Library.
Right, okay. No, thank you.
We have Councillor Pennett's going to ask a very quick question.
Very succinct. Do you believe our library can evolve? Because the argument is being made that libraries have changed radically within that shape of that building.
Yes, indeed. And they can evolve in this present structure once it's safe and resilient.
Thank you. That was very clear and quick. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your expertise with us, Keitha. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Mark Kuby to come up. And Mark, you know how it works, 5 minutes, and looks like there are plenty of questions this morning, so...
I'll keep it brief. Kia tātou, Chair Day, Mayor Foster, Councillors, Mark Kuby tēnei. On my way here, using my snapper for pay for a ride on a double-decker electric bus down a Golden Mile, soon to be largely free of cars. Hallelujah. In between checking my mail texts and the bits from your YouTube live stream yesterday that I hadn't already watched, I thought of how much the world has changed since our now dormant Wellington Central Library opened in Te Ngāko Civic Precinct, the third iteration of that great 19th century invention, the free lending library, which, as Keitha has observed, continually changes. It quickly became my favourite public space in Wellington for nearly 30 years. In 1991, I was running a business where we could charge people $25 for a colour laser print. And there was no texting, instant messaging, social media, blogs, GPS, Hotmail, iMakes, iPhones, Wikipedia, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, selfies, online banking and shopping, Ubers, electric scooters and e-bikes, streaming music or video. So, yeah, things have changed. And we can't let our decisions today be limited by our inability to conceive what might happen in the future. So, as we struggle with the first of the 21st century pandemics, already slipping back into old habits, the lack of social distancing, I trust these have been cleaned overnight, it's incumbent on you councillors to solve a number of wicked problems, and the library today along with the community facilities that have become part of that but are not necessarily wedded totally to the lending library part of the business. You have to be good ancestors. I don't know if you've heard that term before, but making decisions for the future citizens who will live here long after you've stopped worrying about possible opprobrium or re-election. You need to give them an accessible, beautiful city that houses, supports and excites all its citizens. And when I think back on Wellington Central Library, I think of the palms, like everybody, the only architectural feature that everyone seems to agree with, the idiosyncratic playfulness of Athfield, but the often frustrating use of space, the non-ergonomic chairs and desks, the lack of power plugs, the crappy CBD Wi-Fi that frustrates anyone with a 4G phone, the occasional rat in the underground car park, the smelly toilets, the unique cafe with the far too low ceiling, the bad acoustics for any kind of public events, the 2 floors that are leased a dock. Why? But also of its amazing virtues to have a giant collection there that you can just browse in a way that you can't do online, and its virtue as a commons, the sheltered and warm space for anybody to be for free. And the distance from public transport is an issue compared to other libraries in the city, but put the light rail up Victoria Street and it's solved. Is a replacement in kind enough? We've got a silver lining of opportunity to be bold, take risks, be visionary, make the library great again. My original submission was to say, get rid of the library, Central Library, have lots of small branches all around the CBD, echoing Chris Watson's presentation yesterday. Don't put all the books in one kete and make the citizens travel across town to reach this. Disaggregate the risk and reach out to all quarters as we come to terms with the concept of a 15-minute city where anyone can access anything they need within a quarter hour's walk or bike ride from their dwelling. Paris is doing that right now. We need to be thinking about that deeply on every aspect. So, a disaggregated model of a network of medium-sized branches could start now with a Mount Vic cooked space somewhere between Courtenay and the Basin Reserve for 2022. But having listened to everything yesterday, we need that big library, maybe not as big as it is. We need something in the city that is a commons, that is accessible to all, that can have the books, have the people, have everything else. And I'm going to stop there because patai, right?
We do have a patai, so thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Mark. Thanks for that visioning of what the city could be. I guess, and you would just hit at the end on the commons. Like what can you see that space could be for Wellington if you're not envisaging a full library there?
I think we need more than one space. I listened to the Youth Council yesterday, and we need spaces throughout the city, and it can't just be in the inner city. We have to be looking at the whole city's commons throughout the city, and they need to be resources with the kind of things that young people will want. And that's not just books.
Kia ora, that is all the patai for now, but thank you very much for coming in and sharing your kōrero with us. Appreciate that, Mark. All right, kia ora, Michael Gibson. You able to come to the table now? So thank you for taking the time to come in and talk with us this morning.
I'm sorry.
So thank you for coming in to talk to us this morning. And you've got 5 minutes. You're familiar with how it works.
What pleasure. Thank you so much. Perhaps I can start by tabling the 21 words of my actual submission. The stuff on the order paper is nonsense. Pages 118 and 19, I think you might have said if you hadn't realised, Madam Chairperson.
It's 100. Sorry, it's 130
nonsense.
for us councillors because we've got extra pages in it. Just so.
I'm sorry?
It's page 130 for us. They've added. There's some extra pages in the document. So just to clarify.
Absolute rubbish, isn't it? It's absolute rubbish, quite frankly. Why on earth people should have to read 400 words about my gender and so on in order to get to the 21 words of my submission. And of course, apart from anything else, I mean, it's grossly wrong in saying I haven't given my address. I've now tabled my submission, which quite clearly gives my address, and for those 2 pages to bind on about my gender and my not giving my address is not only stupid, but it's misleading. Having said that, I'm grateful to the Dominion Post, who followed events here yesterday and wrote them up so well this morning, and for publishing my views on the matter, which I've attached to my oral submission. Perhaps the Council's young left-wing politicians will now make up for the ridiculous 400 words wasted on the order paper by asking me any questions they might like on the library, and they can even ask me about my agenda if they want to.
No, I don't think there's no questions. So, Councillor Condi, question.
Thanks, Michael. I see in your submission that you support option A, which is the cheapest level of remediation to keep the current building.
Well, you see, that's entirely wrong. I don't at all, if you read my 21 words. And to put that on amongst the 400 words on pages, whatever it is, 118 and 19 or 113 or whatever, is just misleading and wrong. Absolutely stupid.
Okay, so I think if I'm correct, then your submission is, I submit that the method for restoring the library should be the one that allows us to use it the soonest? Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay, so option A is the option that would allow us to open the soonest based on the officer's recommendations.
Why confine yourself to those options? For goodness sake, get on with it.
Well, I guess my question is around option A is it's the cheapest, but it offers us kind of the least resilience. And one of my concerns with that option is that we might find, like with the town hall, we might have to go back 10 or 15 years in the future and fix it up again because it's fallen behind the standards. And I was wondering if you had a view on that.
Yes, I have. If it's the quickest, get on with it, but just make it a bit stronger.
Thank you very much, Michael, for coming in today. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we now have a break. We've got till 10:25, so we'll be back at 10:25. Thank you. Away again. So we're going to start with a submission from Lee Halstead. So Lee, no mai, haere mai, welcome. You're going to come and sit at the table. So Lee, you've got 5 minutes for your submission, and there could be some questions. So if you want to allow a little bit of time within that 5 minutes, it'd be great.
Will do, thanks.
Thank you.
My name's Lee Halstead. I'm a registered valuer. I've been a chief executive of councils. I've recently helped the Ministry of Health with the planning and prioritising expenditure on hospitals. I'm also a regular. I want to cover 4 things: time and cost blowout, need for base isolation, usability, and let's do something really good. My experience has been that it's really difficult to retrofit buildings, and the possibility of the unforeseen is quite high, and this building is quite a difficult shape and design. So it's got a lot of features that make me worried as a ratepayer. The second thing I'd say is that if you're going to, that buildings in Wellington should be base isolated. I don't think the current earthquake standards are fit for purpose, and I've given that advice to Ministry of Health in terms of, you know, what they need to do for hospitals. But if you want a library that'll be here post-quake, then you need to start and set an example. I saw there was an apartment building base isolated recently, a really good example. You should think about your city in terms of its structure surviving, because if all the people get out alive and go somewhere else, it's not going to be much fun in Wellington. Usability. I've never really liked that current building. It's got some nice features, the cafe and bits and pieces, but, you know, the pillars are in exactly the wrong place when you go up the escalators. So, you know, I'm sure we could do something better than that. And so I'm very much in favour of building new, doing it properly, building something that'll last 150 years for not just our mokopuna, but our mokopuna's mokopuna. Finally, as a valuer, I know a lemon when I see it, and the current building's a lemon. And fiddling with it won't not make it a lemon. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. That's very short and succinct. There's been some talk about if we build a new library, just where it's located, and concerns about sea level rise. Would you envisage that that's something that we could adapt readily to, or build the building accordingly?
I think you would need to take advice on sort of, you know, the whole central city in that case. If you're really saying that that site's not suitable, then you're really saying that the central city's not suitable for future development. And so if you're going to say that, then that's quite a big call. My personal advice is that you should would be to build in the current location, so long as it's you know, got a reasonable surety for sea level rise.
Kia ora, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Free.
My understanding was actually the base isolation would provide a little bit of protection, because you could actually reasonably easily lift it if you needed to, in the event that sea levels did change. Do you have any view on that?
I think better to fill the site and build it to the level that you think it should be, and you've got sort of quite some opportunities with the way that site is structured. You could actually raise the whole site, and it would more directly connect to the harbour as it currently stands. So you've got a number of different options there, but my preference would be to build it as though it's going to stay there, because just, you know, raising a building isn't quite as simple as just putting a couple of jacks under it. It's a pretty big and expensive exercise. So, you know, take your best advice, do it right, do it once.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Lee. 2 quick questions. First one of them is, you said build it on the same site. Your submission says build it on another site within Civic Square. So can you just clarify that for us, please?
Yeah.
And what the rationale is?
The rationale was, if you build it somewhere else in the Civic Square, you can just get on with it quicker, because you're not waiting for the demolition. But, you know, redesign the Civic Square so that it still has that sort of connection. I think there's really good opportunities for better connection to the Civic Square. Just the way it is, it's, you know, it's quite a entrance through there.
Yeah.
So I think there are opportunities to do it better. So I'm happy with either one of those two options.
So DRE. Okay, cool. And the second question was, you just briefly touched on that you had a experience of a number of retrofit things which went wrong. Could you just tell us a little bit more about that sort of experience you've had?
Yeah, it's just as a long-time property advisor now, I've just viewed a lot of people doing retrofits and those sorts of things, and basically to do it properly, you're just going to have to sort of virtually gut it back to next to nothing anyway, and you might as well go the whole hog at that point. Ministry of Health is probably a recent example of that, where they gutted it all the way back to just a couple of columns, and so when you're taking all the guts out of the building to redo it, as I think you'll need to on this one, I think it's going to be a complex and expensive exercise, and it's just it's simpler and more straightforward and less risky to build new.
So if we spent $200 million on it, you're a valuer, what do you reckon the building will be worth at the end of that?
You'd have to pay me $20,000 to tell you that.
Be cool.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good chance that it won't be worth $200 million because I'm not sure in terms of what earthquake standard you build that to, but in Wellington I don't think that's really the issue. I think what it is really building something that is going to be, that you're not going to waste the money if there's a shake. And it's not if there's a shake, it's when there's a shake. We've really had the warning shots. We've had some earthquakes that have been quite some distance away and relatively modest magnitude. And it's the new buildings that have been falling down, ironically. So we really need to have a good look at the design. I think MB have done it wrong in terms of the building code currently, which is about people getting out alive, not the building surviving. And I think you need to think about your whole city in terms of your earthquake standards. I've given advice to the Ministry of Health around that exact point.
Thanks. I've been saying that for several years.
Thank you very much, Lee, for coming in to Kōrero with us today. We appreciate you taking the time. Now I'd like to welcome Carmen Goldsmith.
Thank you.
Welcome, Carmen. Thank you for coming in today. And so, Carmen, you've got 5 minutes as well, and we'll allow some time for questions within that 5 minutes, if you would like that. Thank you.
Well, hello, councillors, for the opportunity. It's unusual to have the time actually face-to-face, and everything seems to have been online. And I didn't know until I came in here about that it was being recorded and live-streamed. I've mentioned to the person that I'm not accepting anything about going out to other places. This is from me to you. It's not other things. 3 of you will recognise me from the ward meeting here in Lambton Ward. So this is not just the Central Library for me, it's the local branch. And I made a comment at that time that I hoped with your new chief executive that you would actually employ people not from abroad and from outsiders, but people who live here and care about the city and do it. And I don't feel that's happening. And I got put down for being racist and all sorts of things. So it's nice, those 3 councillors, to challenge that perhaps that kind of political correctness is being used against the people in the city. And I do feel, and this is part of it, that it's being run by the Tauiwi from abroad, by the Tangata Muskets, who are not the local Māori, now calling themselves the 10th Trust, and the moral descendants of the New Zealand Company. And none of them seem to care very much about the people who live here, who have come here and want to be part of the place, rather than doing it for their own things. And I consider this to be part of that process. For those of you who do recognise me, you haven't seen me make a submission for a while, so I'll just remind you I always do it on the same 2 things, that I do recognise that I'm a minority view in the city, and but I do think that 2 things we should try and hang on to is some of our natural environment and our library, because those are the 2 resources from which we come back from if there is trouble or if there's any difficulty. And I think since the last time I came, which is a few years ago, those have both been run down very well, run down a lot. And that this is about your continuation of your Fahrenheit 451 policy of the library. For many, many years you've been running it down. And I see this is about the building. It's not about the building. You didn't close the building, you closed the library. And that's an attack on civilization and the humanity and all those things. So I'm hoping to try to call you back to that about the purpose for what it's there for rather than the building, about being a storehouse of knowledge and about things that you can learn and grow. And for someone like me who's not online, there's now nowhere where you can go and find out, look at the notice board of what else is going on in town, or look up the phone books or the provincial papers or the dictionaries, or if you walk in and ask for, say, like with the spatial plan, you can't get it. Everything else has been online. So perhaps from the minority of us who are not online and are not plugged into the machine, then that is what I call it. And if that falls on deaf ears, then I'd ask that you think about what you are actually doing. And if you try and salvage something out of this, what actually is a library, because I've been to some of your new suburban ones and they don't perform the function that I think a library should do. So be a bit more clear and honest about what you're actually doing, because in politics it's what you do, but whether you sort of lie about it, and that's what I feel very strongly against what's been happening with these things. There's been a talk about, like with the recent election, it seems like you've taken no notice, or staff have taken no notice of the change from the shift of power from the north to the west and south in terms of the languages and things. The name that is Tara, that chap never came here either. And it feels like we are, take the name of the head of the fish, well, it's a fairly damaged head now, and I know about that. Over the last couple of years, this place is physical and cultural rubble. You used to be able to say to someone, come and live for a few years in Wellington, it's a good place, to spend some time if you're on the academic or medical or whatever circuit. You wouldn't do that now. It's been reduced to rubble. And so I'm just hoping to encourage you to think about those human and natural aspects rather than just focus on the building. Otherwise, we'll be down to I feel like the head of the fish, well, it's almost like a carcass at the moment with people feeding off it. And we'll end up with the lesser version of that, meaning that it's a skull. Not with life and health and things from within, but a skull with outside applied makeup. So, challenging, but I hope that I was trying to be positive and encourage you to do it, but if not, at least be honest about what you're doing.
Well, thank you, Carmen, for coming into kōrero with us today. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions, but thank you, kia ora, for coming in today and talking to us.
For those of us who aren't usually included.
Well, no mai haere mai, Bernard. Come up now. Thank you for taking the time to come in this morning. So, you know this drill well. 5 minutes does go fast, doesn't it?
Thank you, Chair. Morena, councillors. I'm speaking to my submission that's tabled about 4 pages. I'm supporting option D, and that's a new build for 160 million. It'll blow out to more costs, but that's what happens. By having a new building, I think it provides the opportunity to look at a longer lasting building, and then that should enhance the heart of the city that's so desperately needed. And looking at option C to me is also viable, but I put that as a secondary option. Option D I'm most in favour of, is to take down the present old building and do a new one. Option C is okay, but I reject Heritage New Zealand's stance that it's an example of postmodern architecture worth preserving. If they so love Atfield's brutalist phrase of architecture, then they can jolly well come to the party and pay some money as well, like chip in 50 million or something. I would point out, for instance, that a managing director of Quality Demolitions referred to a build that was made in 1978, and by the time it was simply past its best before date, prominent names in local architecture protested, calling for it to be preserved as a building of historical significance and as an example of Artfield's brutalistic phrase. But it was overrun with maintenance issues, most importantly the need for earthquake strengthening. Now that's not the library building they're talking about, that's the building you'll know as Arlington social housing complex in Wallace Street, and that was to do with the tower. So here's an example of another one of Artfield's dud buildings that he made and injected on the city, and I think we just have to step away from that. Artfield did do some designs, but they haven't stood the test of time. He still owes me a drink. May he rest in peace. One of the things I'm interested in looking at is, in my submission, I've also made some suggestions about funding. I think with all projects now, the big projects, of course, that's always a shock to ratepayers who have that carrying obligation of increased rates. And in my submission, I've suggested, for instance, two options. One is maybe partnering with the state or National Library. I made a suggestion in my submission, for instance, I've always considered the Treaty of Waitangi should be downtown city rather than up Molesworth Street. In terms of display tours, attraction and walk-through traffic. So, I put that on the table. I'm more concerned, I just think there's the feeling out there by ratepayers that we also love our library and we want a library in the heart of the city, and therefore lets us ratepayers put our money up and make it a targeted rate. Your costings and my costings said that, well, even if it's 160 or 200 million, maybe that's still only $50 to $100 a year, and so that's not even a cost of a few lattes that all you guys get through every day. I really want to just close on two little things. One is a domestic issue of when we have a new library, be it a rebuilt one as it is or a new one, please, I want Sunday opening, all day Sunday opening, because I was involved at one stage with a petition about that, so I'd like to see that happen. And then to conclude, I'd like to say, most importantly, I think it's got to happen within a 2 to 4 year frame time. When the library first closed, that broke a lot of our hearts and business opportunities too. And then, so it's got to be addressed as very important and a really quick situation to address. And I came here to the council once before to saying, please do it within 3 to 5 years. Well, a year's already gone past, 17 months has gone past in terms of a situation. So now I'm saying 2 to 4 years, please, and do it really fast. I want to conclude just on the feeling of a number of councillors here. Will recall a famous councillor that we always had here at the table, being Councillor Ruth. And I pay homage to her of what strength she was and where her heart was for the library. And I know a lot of you had experiences of still engaging with her, even when she was into her exciting years of 80, 90, and 96 and so on. And I'd put to you that, gee, I wonder what she'd be saying today and what strength she'd be telling you all, and wishing you well in making this decision. Thank you.
Well, kia ora, Bernard. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. We appreciate you taking the time to do that. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Now we're going to welcome Generation Zero. We've got Eleanor West joining us by Zoom. Kia ora, Eleanor.
Kia ora.
You know how this works, so you've got 10 minutes, and probably I imagine there might be some questions in that time, so if you finish a minute early, that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Ko Eleanor toku ingoa. I'm here to represent Generation Zero today. I wanted to join you all in person, but I've been struck down by a cold, so zooming in. Speak to my submission. We at Generation Zero chucked in a submission to support option C, the high-level remediation, and our primary reason for this was because we agree with the council officer's assumptions that this will have the lowest associated carbon emissions for this building, because strengthening an existing building means that the embodied emissions of the building materials aren't wasted, and the embodied carbon of the materials required to build a new library can be avoided. We believe that high-level structural remediation will improve the library's resilience to future seismic events, which will have positive effects for the life cycle of carbon emissions over the building's lifespan, because it means that it will last longer. And it'll also allow significant upgrades to the building's services, which is an opportunity to improve the operational efficiency of the building and reduce the carbon emissions associated with that. So that's our primary reason for supporting high-level remediation. And to add to that, By some accounts, buildings contribute up to 20% of New Zealand's carbon emissions, which is quite a high percentage. And the council really needs to be encouraging property owners in Wellington to build to higher standards, but also to retrofit their buildings to reduce operational emissions. And if they want to be encouraging these building owners to do that, it's really important that this building, regardless of which choice you end up going with, does right by operational efficiency and the upfront embodied carbon emissions. This will no doubt be a flagship project for the city, and it would be a bit hypocritical to require private property developers to be making these changes to their buildings if the council is not willing to lead by example. So that's our primary reason for supporting that option. We also think that this is good from a safety and resilience perspective. Building a new building would also be good from that perspective, making sure that it lasts for a really long time and it's safe. We think base isolating it is really important. I tautoko, was it Lee who was speaking earlier? Yeah, I think buildings in Wellington should be base isolated, and it's another opportunity for the council to lead by example and set the bar where it should be. I'd agree with Lee as well that it would be extremely expensive, and I imagine there will be cost blowouts for raising the building. But the council has made it pretty clear through other consultations, I'm thinking of Let's Get Wellington Moving and the spatial plan, that they do not intend to abandon the inner city to sea level rise. And if that's the case, then they need to be setting a strong example for how to make the buildings resilient. Cool. And then our last point was pretty much that the library has a really, really important role to play in our community. It's been felt really strongly that it's closed, that it's kind of the living room of our city is gone. And New Zealand, and not just Wellington, but all of New Zealand is quite widely regarded as being lacking in third spaces by international standards, which are the places that people can go to be together that are outside of their work or home, and where you don't have to pay any money, and you can be warm and just hang out. And I think it's so important for the community in Wellington to have places where all different sections of our community meet. So the advantage of option C over building a new library is that it's likely work can be started on that earlier, which means that we will have our living room restored sooner. And we'd also like to take the opportunity to compliment the council officers on this consultation. All the materials provided were really thorough, and judging from the number of submissions that the council received, they've done a really good job of engaging the public. We really, really liked the concepts in the consultation documents around activating the edges of the library and reconnecting it to the Tanaka Civics precinct more. The renders were beautiful, and I can already envisage this future library we will have. Yeah, I like the idea of making it a more welcoming space and taking the opportunity to recognise that area as a site of significance for Mana Whenua as well. And also, the high-level remediation provides more of an opportunity for a bit of a redesign of the layout of the building and to make it more accessible, especially for people with disabilities. At the moment, it's kind of a horrifying building to enter, from what I've heard, and that is cutting out a section of our society who should be able to use this public space. We also really like the concepts of integrating the library and the civic precinct more widely with the proposed mass rapid transit route. It all sounds great. Yeah, so just I'd like to thank the council officers again. This has been a really good consultation. I guess our only comments was that we felt that we know that there was a lot of work going on behind the scenes, particularly in regard to sea level rise and how the base isolation might be used to raise the building to make it more resilient. And we feel like this didn't come through very clearly in the consultation documents. So it would have been good to have a bit more information about that. And just a final point, our support of option C on the basis of carbon reduction is based on us agreeing with the assumptions that the council has made, but it would be good if, as part of this decision-making process, there was a life cycle analysis done of the high-level remediation option or the new build option, just to confirm those assumptions. Thank you.
Kia ora, Eleanor. That was very helpful. We do have a pātai from Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Eleanor. He pātai taku. I guess so one thing that we've heard from other youth organisations yesterday was that the idea, whether it's a new build or a remediation, that there could be some dedicated space for young people in a refurbished or new library. And I'm wondering if you might have any thoughts about whether that would be good or what sort of form it might take, what would be kind of useful, because we hear a lot that the library is a really essential space for young people to spend time in.
Kia ora. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that the purpose of libraries has changed over time. I really like what the council did with Waitohi in Johnsonville, creating more spaces for purposes other than just reading books. And I think that that does encourage people who might not use the library to enter it, including like young people. I think that that's a really fantastic option. One point I would raise is that we've heard that the library, the current building as it stands, there is limited potential for reconfiguring it, considering the size of the collection and how much space there would actually be available for creating new spaces within the library. And I know that we're not supposed to ask questions in this forum, but we did raise in our submission if there's a possibility of maintaining the pop-ups. In terms of what kinds of spaces would be good for young people, I think having more spaces just available to hang out, you're not disturbing the people who are reading. For instance, I know when the library was open, there was a lot of tutoring taking place in there after school, which is an activity that young people use the library for. And I think that other users found that quite disruptive. So I think that having spaces broken up a bit more for different purposes would be fantastic.
Kia ora, he pātai Mayor Foster.
Kia ora, Eleanor. He pātai taku. Just on the issue of demolition, I don't know, are you aware of what Centreport's been doing? Is they've demolished a whole lot of buildings there, and in fact they've taken some of our old buildings and street areas and sort of broken the buildings up, and the concrete and the steel is being recycled into, new base for footpaths and roads and other stuff. If that's done, does that help deal with that issue of the embedded carbon in the building?
Yes, so I am aware of Centreport and their activities. I know that they're aiming for a 95% waste diversion rate from the BNZ building to demolition, which is pretty impressive, and I'd be surprised if they achieve that in Wellington, given the facilities available for C&D waste at the moment. I would object to saying that that's recycling. I would say that's more downcycling. But yes, it would, in a life cycle analysis, that would be taken into consideration as diversion of those emissions. So yeah, I'd say that that's a possibility. And say again, that would be great to have an analysis done on the options.
Kia ora, he pātai anō Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, he pātai taku. So we heard from the Youth Council that, as I understood, I'm still just trying to get my head around it, that they don't think it can be redesigned so that it is accessible for young people. So just to clarify, you think the shell that it is could be made to be accessible?
For young people?
Yeah, in particular.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't discussed this with Youth Council at all, so I'm not sure where they're coming from with that perspective. I don't think it's impossible. I'd agree it's going to be easier if you rebuild the library, but yeah, I wouldn't say it's impossible.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Kia ora.
Well, kia ora. Thank you, Eleanor, for taking the time to kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that and hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Ngā mihi nui kia ora.
So our next submitter hasn't arrived yet and isn't able to be contacted at this point. So I don't know if that's because they are driving and can't answer the phone. And we are actually meant to have a break now till 11:55. So there is, but they're not ready to submit. Oh, okay. He's not wanting to yet. I know he doesn't want to yet, but bit more time. So I'm wondering if we just if people are willing to just hang around here at the table for the next 5 minutes, just to sort of give a bit of a 5-minute buffer, and if he arrives, then we can be ready to hear that. Otherwise, after that, we will have a break till 5 to 12. So. Brzezinski. Thank you for coming in, Peter. If you'd like to come up to the table. Peter, you've got 5 minutes, and it does seem to go very fast. If you do want to allow some time for questions in that 5 minutes, you'd be welcome to do that.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I chose option A, which is the low-level remediation, although it seems there's now no chance of that happening with the way the debate's been going. I think the whole issue of the Civic Square has been piecemeal over the years. The CAB building, which was closed in 2016, and the fate of it still seems to be a mystery. And one would wonder why it's still standing and why the insurance matters haven't been sorted out. Once the library closed in 2019, there should have been a refocus on a solution for the entire civic precinct, but we're here trying to decide on one building only, when really it's a number of buildings. So the CAB building and capital E as well, and even the City to Sea Bridge is an issue as well. So it seems like the council has a $1 billion headache with the entire civic precinct, if you include the town hall and all the other parts of it. So in summary, my main concerns are that public consultation seems to happen at the end of the decision-making timeline, when perhaps it should start at the beginning. And another one is another concern is the issue of the CAB building and capital E, as I've already mentioned, and that there seems to be no overall strategy for the complete regeneration of the civic precinct. And that's about all I have to say. I have no strong views on whether the current building is strengthened or whether a new building is built. Either of the two seem inevitable, and that's really all I have to say.
Kia ora, Peter. And we've got a a question from Councillor O'Neill.
Hi. Kia ora, Peter. Nice to see you. I was just wondering, you mentioned in your submission that a key factor for you was restoring the service as we had before. Can you see any sort of opportunities to expand or new services? A library is much more than a library, so what more can it provide to community in those regards?
I think the living room concept was a strong factor in the popularity of the closed library, so really just a continuation of that, I think, would be important.
Thank you. Councillor Fone.
Kia ora, Peter. And this, I'm just thinking, reflecting, it might be slightly off topic, but actually it's not, because we're talking about the tengako. For you, and particularly the bridge, I think, I've heard a few people say that they're actually more keen on retaining the bridge than anything. Do you have an understanding or a view, like why have you mentioned that particularly today?
The bridge, I think that's has been mentioned in the ongoing debate as to earthquake resilience and whether that needs to be looked at. I know that the capital E building's been closed for a long time, and that certainly needs a resolution as well.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora. Well, that's all the questions for now. Thank you so much for taking the time to come in and share your whakaro with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora,
Appreciate
Peter.
that. Thank you. Well, no mai haere mai, Karen Smith. Thank you for coming in today. So you've got 5 minutes as well, and there may be some questions from councillors in that 5 minutes if there's a bit of time.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Since filling in that little form, 1 to 6, I've changed my opinion completely. I dutifully put safety first, and actually in this life, if we'd put safety first, we wouldn't do a thing. So I've moved that. I've put the time frame first. The longer we fluff around, the more money we spend, the more consultations we do, the more books probably rot wherever they're stored, etc., and the more people lose the feeling of library, the feeling of our space. Second after time frame, I've put accessibility. It's got to be good for all people. I thought a bit about making the buildings safe, and I thought about pedestrian crossings. We want to keep people safe, but if we really wanted to keep them safe on pedestrian crossings, we do it like railway crossings with bells and whistles and barriers that came down. But we'd still make mistakes. I have grandchildren. I like to keep them safe, but that's not the ultimate thing. Heritage, I moved down my list, and cost, I think it seems callous, but is almost immaterial. Everything costs, and the way it's put in this document, costs to the ratepayer. Whatever happens, we pay. I'm in favour of remediation, and to do it well, I'd put the lowest cost remediation initially. It depends how the doing it well is really important. There are so many ongoing structural assessments. You know, it's really hard from outside to believe what is being said, follow what is being said, evaluate what is being said. It's almost like stuff's just been thrown up to the air and come down. But I think the longer we leave it, the more the concept of a library with books and papers and magazines and a coffee bar will disappear, and Wellington will be the poorer of it. It's a lovely building now. I don't know if it's heritage or not. It's not really an issue. If it could be strengthened and the Nikau palms kept, I imagine most people would like that. Yeah, I am basically a confused citizen. I would love the library back. I go to the other ones. Arapaki's good, but small. Brandon Street, I think, is a coffee bar with a library attached. I guess we've got so many lessons of dithering, like the town hall and, you know, other things. Do you think it would be the end of the world if the council made a decision and just got on with it? People would grump, but we'd get on with it. They're going to grump whatever. We are going to grump whatever. So let's get going, please. Is that 5 minutes?
I think you've actually articulated that incredibly well, the challenges that we all face. It's very true. Councillor Sparrow, you've got Pate.
Yes, thank you for that. I think that we and many people really would like to get the thing open again as quickly as possible, but I guess we have been told we run the risk that if we don't do it properly, which will take somewhat longer, we run the risk, perhaps 15 or 20 years down the track, whenever, if there is a decent shake, that if it's not done properly now, that it will be closed again for a substantial period of time.
Got a question in there.
Yeah. The question is, how would you respond to that?
Well, the answer is we don't know. You get a different earthquake, whether it's the puppy shaking it or the sideways. I don't think we can build for everything. And a civic liability, I realise your problems, but if we can't cover everything in this life.
Well, kia ora, ngā mihi, Karen, for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate you taking the time and the way that you've shared that. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, kia ora, Reid Wicks. I understand you're joining us by
Kia ora.
Zoom today.
Yeah,
Good to
hey.
see you.
Uh,
So you've got 5 minutes, and if you've got time in that time for questions, that would be good.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, I'm looking at the options here, and I'm kind of concerned that there are options. I hope this sounds all right, by the way. These headphones are rather cheap.
No, it's all good. We can hear you.
Awesome. I'm kind of concerned that we're even considering any options that don't bring this building up to a full quake-safe level. I mean, option C says preferred option, and I think that is mine or a new build on the same spot. I mean, aside from accessibility and redoing it or rebuilding would be a great opportunity to make sure that this is fully accessible. You know, we don't want to be doing this, half-assing it and spending all this money now and then having to spend more money than we otherwise would have spent further down the line in order to redo it because we've not done it right the first time. So I think whatever it costs to get it 100% quake safe and accessible to everyone in the community, that's a worthwhile investment, you know, rather than trying to skimp now and having to, you know, it's like if I buy a cheap pair of shoes and I have to buy another pair a month down the line versus buying a decent pair of boots and being able to wear it for the rest of my life. You know, we need to be thinking about the next several decades at least. And so I suppose that's all really that I have to say about that is to think long term about this.
Kia ora. Are there any questions? Councillor Pennant has a partai.
Kia ora, Reid. Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate the comments around earthquake resilience. Do you have any thoughts about sea level rise and resilience in that area?
Yeah, that was sort of my next thoughts. I think I do prefer to just take questions because it gives me an opportunity to actually think about what I'm here to say. Yeah, I mean it's in the risk area, isn't it? For sea level rise, then you know, following my own logic, then the new build would also make sense. If that's something we're considering very long term, then perhaps even a new build or a full resilient build. If our projections say that area is going to be underwater, then maybe we do need to build somewhere else.
We've got a question from Councillor Paul.
Hey Reid, thanks for your submission. I just wanted to ask you, the submission before you, if you heard it from Karen, she talked about, I guess, a fear that we forget about what kind of services a library provides in the way that we know libraries as they are. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on what maybe the future of a library service looks like. Is it books? Is it magazines? Does it look different? I don't know. What do you think that kind of looks like? What do we need to do to disseminate information?
I think books will always be part of a library. It's kind of the thing. But the main, when you think about librarians, they're not just somebody who helps you find a book. They're somebody who helps you access information. You need to find something out and you're not quite sure how to do it. And a librarian is a person who's going to come and say, well, here's how you research this, and that's how you look that up. Libraries, I think, are a community space, and it's really crucial, I think, for us, for everybody, and I mean everybody, to be able to have access to information, to be able to research things, and to empower people. Maybe somebody wanted to make a submission on something and they wanted to be informed for that, and they could go to the library and they say, look, I need to know about this because I want to engage with local politics in that way. It's a place for people to get internet access where they otherwise might not. It's a third space, and that's something that I think in city planning in general we need to consider. It's a place that you can be that isn't your home or your workplace or your school, where you can exist for free. You don't have to spend any money. You can just be there, and I think that's also an important aspect of what a library is and what it should be.
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you so much, Reid, for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. We really appreciate you doing that.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Gail Duncan from the Wellington branch of Public Health. Welcome, Gail. I'm not sure if the microphone's on down there. It might not be. It is it? Cool. Thank you.
Well, going to be reading from a script to keep me on target. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you to the Wellington City Council for the background planning and developing initiatives to rethink the future of the Central Library and providing the opportunity for the Wellington branch of the Public Health Association to contribute to the discussion this afternoon. It's a real honour to be here. Thank you. I'm Gail Duncan, G-A-I-L, I might mention, and I am a resident of Wellington City and a member of the Wellington branch of the Public Health Association. Our association's vision is mana turiti oranga mo te katoa Aotearoa, good health for all, health equity in Aotearoa. The Wellington branch of the Public Health Association would like to emphasise the importance the Central Library has been as a safe haven, reflecting our previous speakers' comments, and a welcoming and friendly space for the people of Wellington and abroad without exception. The openness and accessibility of the Central Library to allow people to read, meet, sit and reflect, to study, to be introduced to the vibrant city of Wellington at a central location has been of great value to the community at large. The Central Library was and will be a place of togetherness, allowing interaction with community groups, participation in activities with all age groups and cultures. It is an awakening place, permitting diversity and acting as a capital of knowledge for all without exclusion, which fits with the PHA principles of equity. Considering the Wellington City Council development options for the Central Library, the PHA Wellington branch supports option C, a high-level redevelopment of the existing building on its current location, as this would seem to be the best fit for the characteristics, needs, values and preferences of the community to which the Central Library provides services, and would be the best use of resources. It will provide a community focus for the Civic Square precinct. Option C, high-level remediation, will allow the historical heritage, including the Ian Athfield architectural style, to preserve community identity while allowing design improvements for the future. From a sustainability point of view, Option C allows resources to be efficiently repurposed and reutilised, minimising pollution during redevelopment, and would be a better solution than total deconstruction, such as that being conducted on the BNZ building on Thorndon Quay. And you've got to remember the Central Library's right in the middle, so whatever dust and carriage of things that happened on the shore is going to be much more of an impact in Wellington Central. Option C, high-level remediation, achieves building safety and resilience and future vision and design to service the community. Option C also addresses climate change in terms of a green design upgrade, maximising sun, wind, land and seascape in terms of energy and landscape and connection with the Indigenous cultural aspects. Foundation principles of equity without exclusion include a future-proofed library service preserving the continuity of the dignity of free entry to knowledge and society. Mental well-being within the community is enhanced by the interaction between people of all age groups and the provision of knowledge, history and intellectual exploration that a library provides. The Wellington City Council is now in a position to reconfigure the Central Library for the future such that the building could be a totally community space without the intrusion of business interests and thereby amplifying in terms of space the well-being of the Central Library previously provided the community. The Wellington branch of the PHA recommends that the WCC offices and meeting rooms are located separately to allow the maximum public space for collections and community activity. The building should have many portals, not just from Victoria Street, and be much more welcoming for all. The challenge is to maximise freedom of entry and movement for those in wheelchairs, those with babies in prams, those with walking aids, the blind, the deaf, the illiterate, and those whose first language is neither Māori nor English. The Central Library needs to become a sensory environment where sight, sound, touch, smell and taste are factored in within a spatially varied interior friendly to all. The library is envisioned by the PHA not to just be a quiet space, although that's very important, a zone of silence for academia, but a place where multiple levels of interaction with knowledge can be undertaken. A multimedia approach needs to be incorporated. Spaces for music, hobbies, crafts, digital, movie making, spaces for hosting Zoom meetings are just some examples. To finish, the Wellington PHA would like to thank the Wellington City Council for the leadership and direction shown in this initiative to build for the future. The health co-benefits of a central library cannot be underestimated in terms of developing people's potential and opportunity for participating in society. This ties in well with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3 of ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages, and Goal 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Public libraries build healthy communities. To quote from the US Centre for Disease Control, public libraries are free and accessible to all and are a centre of community engagement and education, making them the logical choices as partners for improving population health. Going into the future, the PHA would hope that as a centre for community engagement and education, the Central Library will provide spaces for transfer of health information and information on society in general, thus improving population public health. Ngā mihi nui, thank you.
Oh, kia ora, Gail. We do have a question from Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very comprehensive and useful submission. I'm just interested in something you wrote in your written submission, which is that the place where people can have their say, congregate, have lunch, the City Council needs to be more outwardly engaging. But having said this, the council should be separately located from the library itself, and I'm just kind of interested in why you think that.
I'm sorry, I didn't put that terribly clearly. When I was saying it, I was meaning that we can come in and engage in the library sense, and there will be, obviously, people might make inquiries related to the Wellington City Council, so there will need to be that connection there. But to have your full commercial business buildings elsewhere, so yes.
Kia ora. Are there any other pātai, councillors? No, thank you. Very clear, Gail. Thank you for your comprehensive submission there. Really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us. I'd like to now welcome Tim Bollinger, who's joining us via Zoom. Welcome, Tim. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and kōrero with us. So you've got 5 minutes, and if you want some time for questions, keep it within that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you for letting me have an opportunity to speak. I have done this before, and I always find it incredibly nerve-wracking, even over Zoom. So, apologies. And I haven't prepared anything like the last speaker, which I thought was very comprehensive and great submission as well. But I guess the main things that I put into my submission, which was quite hastily submitted on the last day, because actually I found it quite hard to do the digital stuff online. So we finally got a paper form from the library, which was the one in Manor Street, which shares its offices, as you know, with sort of rates, payments and other city council functions. And that is not an appropriate place to have a library alongside those functions, I believe. I actually am very much in favour of retaining the old library. I actually quite like the one that they used to have the City Gallery in now. But I think that having places that mark the history and long-term stability and consistency of our city are really important to the well-being of its citizens, having places they know that they can go to even if they come back 10 years later. And it's such a great and interesting building in and of itself, designed, as somebody mentioned earlier, in Athfield. I am surprised that it didn't meet the final engineering building specifications of the 21st century. I do find it quite odd that we keep on renaming and remarking buildings as being unsafe and at risk all over our city when they were perfectly good 10 years ago. But that's a job for engineers. I'm surprised there isn't any culpability on the part of the architect to actually make some of the contribution to the improvements or the strengthening that is required by the ratepayer now. I guess that contractual obligation was ended some time ago. But in any case, it does seem a shame we're having to relitigate the fact that we even have a central public library, which seems plainly obvious to me. I see the central public library as a temple of learning, a temple of knowledge. You know, it's appropriate that people can congregate in one place where there are books about anything. I mean, I'd go into the library and I would look up things that they had in the stack in the back room, old periodicals that talked about things that had happened in the city or in the country, collections that I couldn't find elsewhere when I was even researching academically. So it's a great collection. And at the same time, I could read the current newspapers of the day. I could go and pick up a graphic novel or something that I would read recreationally, and a number of books that I might be using to research any number of subjects. So I think it's really important all of that stuff is in one place and it's available for people not to have to fish around and not find it. I think it should all be in one place. I just think that that's so important and central as well. I mean, I didn't see anything wrong with the previous arrangement. So, I mean, I can see that you're taking an opportunity to review the whole situation, but if something isn't broken, it shouldn't have to be fixed. And I think it was pretty well decided earlier on. That's what our library was there for, and it was one of the great assets of the city. I feel we've lost quite a few great assets of this city in recent years, one of which was the trolley buses. We're losing our heritage, like Billio, for the same reasons that people are talking about demolishing the library. I don't think anything should be demolished in this day and age. You never know. There's not going to be that many resources left to rebuild everything all over again all the time. We're no longer living in that kind of an environment. I think we need to be conservative. I think we need to be preserving things, and especially things that are of such great public asset as our public library. I'd also think it should be done as cheaply and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora, Tim. We've got time for just one question from Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, thanks, Tim. I see that you were asking for the cheapest of the remediation options. I was just wondering, one of the concerns we have about the cheaper option is that we might have to come back and do it again in 10 or 15 years if the building code changes. This is what happened with the town hall, where we strengthened it and then 15 years later we had to strengthen it again. I was just wondering what your thoughts are about that.
Well, I don't know how these things work technically, but it strikes me that there's buildings that have been standing in the city for 100 years, and I don't know if they meet the code or not, but they can't keep changing the code and making us pull all our buildings down and rebuild them again. And I think it's pretty obvious from the BNZ and the other buildings that have been built in the last few years that couldn't even sustain or stand up to the last shock. That, you know, I think I would take all of these engineers' reports with a grain of salt. There's an apartment block near my place, Aston Towers, who it's own, you know, it's all individually owned apartments, and they're having to get engineers' reports on the earthquake strengthening of their building, and they vary vastly the different reports as to how strong or sustainable in an earthquake it is. And I would argue that it's probably really sustainable and strong because it was built in the 60s when people built things properly. That's all. I don't think we should financialise the property market because it makes people do things cheap. And I think that things that are built for the people should last forever.
Oh, kia ora, Tim. Thank you for taking the time to kōrero with us today. We appreciate you doing that and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Kia ora.
Okay, councillors, we've now got another break till 1 o'clock. So there is some lunch down the back, and our submitters who are here at the moment, you're welcome to help yourself to some kai as well, as our staff. But yeah, so we'll be back here sitting at the table, ready to go at 1 o'clock. Kia ora. for being here on time. We're going to get straight into it. So I'd like to invite Colin Keating. Welcome, Colin, if you'd like to come up to the table. So, Colin, you've got 5 minutes, and if you want to allow some time for questions in that 5 minutes, it would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in support of the submission, and I'd like to say thank you to all of you who have put so much hard work into this issue to date. My submission supported option A, the low-level remediation, and I supported that because it's not the best option in a perfect world, but we're not in a perfect world because of COVID-19. Ratepayers' capacity to absorb increased rates is therefore much lower, and there is enormous economic and psychological stress on the people of Wellington, as indeed the whole of the country, and a lot of people are going to be unemployed. So the capacity of the people to live without the library for a long time is reduced. So I said, we need to reopen this space as quickly as possible and at the lowest possible cost. I said, please don't let the perfect become the enemy of the good. Now, since July, when you put out the options, a lot has changed. We now know a lot more about the economic impact from COVID, and we know a lot more about the human impact that's going to happen and the numbers of people who will be unemployed and unable to pay rates to support a huge cost. The people of Wellington are going to be much poorer for much longer, and the distress will be much higher. Now, I fully understand the people who say, well, let's bowl the building and build something beautiful and new and perfect, just like Christchurch. But I think this is totally irresponsible thinking at this time. Given what we know about the impact of COVID, the perfect would be lovely, but unlike Christchurch, we don't have access to earthquake restoration funds. We don't have access to Crown funds. Ratepayers can't afford the perfect option. The distressed people of Wellington won't be able, and the unemployed citizens need the sanctuary and the refuge that the library offers, and they need it as soon as possible. So in light of this changed knowledge, I suggest we need a new option, what I would call option A light. And I would like to ask the council to direct that work on upgrading and renewing the building services be at the absolute minimum. And I suggest that you direct a root and branch review of costings for repairs to building services, and that they be cut to the absolute minimum. It should be an absolute priority for the library to be restored in the shortest possible time and at the lowest possible cost. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. That was very succinct. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Condé, thanks.
Thanks, Colin. I ask everyone this question who prefers option A, which is that I'm just interested in your views on whether doing the cheapest option is going to set us up in good stead for the long term, where, for example, when we strengthened the town hall, the building code changed and we suddenly had to come back not that long later and had to strengthen it again. And just what your views are on those kind of trade-offs around taking the kind of cheapest option.
The big trade-off is between what people can afford and what people need, and that's the real world. I mean, what you're talking about is a hypothetical world, and I don't think this is the time in history to be worried about the perfect or the hypothetical.
Kia ora, we've got Mayor Foster as a partai.
Yeah, look, Colin, thank you for that. I fully understand the attraction of doing things effectively cheap and quick. I guess my question is that if the sort of root and branch assessment of the services still leaves you with most of them needing to be done, it means that you end up with, instead of a $30-odd million project, you end up with 60, 70 million. does that start going, yeah, maybe that's not such a good idea?
Look, honestly, Your Worship, I believe that what must be done is a really open question. I mean, I was responsible for the refurbishment of New Zealand House in London some years back. And what I found when I dug into the costings was that the engineers will always suggest the best possible solution and the perfect solution. I'm saying forget the perfect, do the absolute necessary.
Kia ora. Unfortunately, we've run out of time now, Colin, but thank you for taking the time to come in and share your thoughts with us. We appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Well, kia ora, no mai anō, Helene Ritchie. Thanks for coming in. I know you've been making lots of notes there. You know how this works, I don't need to describe that. I think that's because it matters.
It's true. I'll just wait.
Reset.
Yeah, I'll sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Well, kia ora koutou katoa, and thank you for having me. My name is Helen Ritchie. I'm a former Deputy Mayor and I was Chair of the Civic Centre project, of which the Athfield Wellington Central Library was a part. Today I've tried to put myself in your shoes as councillors and to assist you with your deliberation. I support your wisdom and acknowledge the wisdom of the people before me. First of all, the question, what is the question? The question is to fix, well, the question that you have to answer, and I think it's really important that you go back to the question that you are trying to answer. It's to fix the structural vulnerabilities that have been identified in the Holmes report and subsequent reports, to refurbish the interior, to upgrade the building services as necessary. I totally support what Colin Keating has just said. To provide modern library services, to reopen the library at the earliest opportunity and at the least cost to librarians. I refer you now to my written submission, which replaces the scrambled version of whatever you've got on your agenda, which doesn't make any sense at all. And I ask you to read it, and particularly paragraph 2, the Holmes report 6 years ago identified the structural vulnerabilities, which are exactly the same as today, and they're highlighted in red. And they recommended then, is that too loud, that council consider a program to implement securing works, the securing works identified, and at the earliest practicable opportunity. That was 7 years ago. Their recommendation I have just read. Now, if you turn the page, what I've endeavoured to do for you is to identify the risks and the public benefits of option A compared with option C, and I make some comment about the demolition option later. Shall I let you have a look at what these risks are? They are very easily identified there for you, and you can have a look at your leisure. But option C has 11 high-risk factors. Option A, which is not copied correct, which is correct, has no risk factors. And the factors are, and the criteria are itemised there, and we can go back to that if we need to. Your responsibility is to the public and to the public benefit. Which option benefits the public most? Option A is highlighted there with 19 benefit factors, and option C, the base isolation plus 5 benefit factors. And you can ask me questions about that later. I want to make some additional comments. First of all, I think you are being faced, possibly, with legal challenge because of predetermination, and you can read why there. Secondly, and bias and other reasons. Secondly, the costings are way out. Adam Thornton, engineer, said to a public meeting, to you guys, to you councillors, respected councillors, that the costings presented were ludicrous and unacceptable. And he went on to talk about a 20% contingency and said that it could be considerably less, and that was supported by Roger Walker, architect, at the same consultation to yourselves, public participation on May 27. The question of earthquake risk, you were told yesterday that there should be a proportional attitude to earthquake risk. Adam Thornton estimated that the NBS was 60% for option A, not 40%, and that ensures that the building is safe, as you know, for people. Councillor Condi, the building will be insured. You repeatedly ask a question about insurance. The building is insured now. When it's made safer, it certainly will be insured. And secondly, in relation to the town hall was strengthened to an astronomical and unnecessary level, way above 100%. That was not necessary. It was an attitude at the time of councillors who, quite frankly, were panicking after Christchurch, in my opinion, humble opinion. Options D and E, let me just talk to this very quickly. I think the council has seriously misled the public in relation to these two options, which are demolition and new build. Why? Because it hasn't compared apples and oranges. It's compared apples with oranges, not apples with apples.
Just coming up to time.
Pardon?
You're just coming up to time.
It hasn't compared hasn't included costings for demolition. It hasn't included the NBS percent. It hasn't included base isolation, no demolition costs, no legal costs, no consideration of heritage protection, no consideration of the cost and environmental impact of demolition and climate change. In conclusion, I'm asking you to actually follow the science and the experts, adopt the recommendations of 7 years ago and subsequent 2019 and 20, and accordingly fix the library forthwith for the public of Wellington in the most cost-effective way, refurbish it as necessary at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Well, kia ora, Helene. Thank you very much for taking the time to come in and kōrero with us. I know you've done a lot of work to prepare for that, so thank you.
Thank you. And I hope you look at it carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome Nathan Hotter. Thanks, Nathan. You can join us at the front. So Nathan, you've also got 5 minutes, and if you do want to allow some time for questions, that's within the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, this is my first time ever making a presentation. I'm also a bit nervous here.
Don't be nervous. We're really keen to hear your perspectives.
Yeah,
thank you.
I brought a few things to hand around. This will probably be a bit simple compared to some of the other presentations you've heard, but nonetheless, I think it will be important to hear. So yeah, afternoon councillors. It is a privilege to have the opportunity to present to you today, and I thought it was critical as a young person to come down and present my views on what should happen to the Central Library, as it will determine how young people use it in future. Most of my comments today will come from a personal perspective. However, I hope the ideas I present will be of great interest to you. I have worked with Taipei City Government at the start of this year, and I think this has given me a unique perspective of the things that can be done at the local level. The scale of the Central Library rebuild is reflective of the scale of many of the projects in Taipei. My first comment on the proposal revolves around the remediation or rebuild of the Central Library building. The high-level remediation is identified as the preferred option, option C, makes little sense to me personally. The cost outlined for the remediation in option C is higher than the identified rebuild cost. Furthermore, the remediation only offers a 5-month shorter completion time frame, with both options being completed in 2025, as it was outlined online. This is a minimal difference when both options are taking 5 years to build. And to be frank, my personal perspective is the current library building is quite ugly and does not effectively connect with the civic square or street environment. The building does not reflect Wellington City or the things of value we have here, and hence a full rebuild for a cheaper price seems like the best option when considering options C and D to me. By rebuilding the Central Library, we have the opportunity to connect it directly with Wellington's key features and highlight the ideal points of our city. These points include our government connection as a capital, our waterfront and sea connection, our native wildlife throughout the green belt, and our ocean conservation as exemplified by Tapatiranga Marine Reserve. Any new structure would give the opportunity to highlight these features through a new and exciting sustainable design. One of the things I would propose internally is dedicated reading rooms within the library. While I was in the United States, this is something I really appreciated in their libraries. Many individual wooden desks would be provided with lights and all of the amenities so individuals could come to the library and study in a large room with others effectively. The rebuilding of the library also ensures it is as reliable as possible in future earthquakes and disasters. As we know, Wellington is a city very prone to earthquakes and other natural disasters, and we have to take that into account when considering any plan for the future, as if we simply try and remediate or repair the building and then it loses its ability to continue working within 10 or 20 years due to another large earthquake, there is little point to be doing anything at all. It is better to be safe than sorry. From my work in Taipei, I have some experience of modern libraries built to sustainable standards. Beito Branch Library is one example. Beito Branch has a green roof, solar panels, and efficient water management. For example, their toilets are flushed with rainwater collected from the roof. The library was opened way back in 2006. Furthermore, it has been named one of the 25 most beautiful libraries in the world. And by comparison, we are lagging behind and have some catching up to do if we wish to set an example. I would say if any councillors would like, I would be happy to set up a meeting with Taipei City Government if anyone would be interested. Briefly, I heard Colin mention it as well, the Christchurch Central Library. There are a number of reasons that was more effective for Christchurch and more affordable for Christchurch. But in the current COVID climate, we have an opportunity to build back better. We have the opportunity to take choices in the long term that we don't necessarily have another opportunity to get past the public or any perception. And therefore, this can be a reflection of what we can do and why we should take these actions now. Ultimately, the integration of natural features into design as well helps us feel at home. It's far better feeling than walking through a steel city. By rebuilding the structure, we can make something that welcomes Wellingtonians and delivers joy and education to all. Thank you. Questions?
Kia ora, Nathan. You actually perfectly fit that into your time, so we won't have time for questions, but thank you for sharing your experience. You've done a lot of research.
Yeah.
Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome Ray Chung to come forward now. Kia ora, Ray. Thanks for coming in. So you know how it works. You've got 5 minutes. It does go fast, doesn't it?
Everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for this time, councillors and your worship. My proposal was actually to sell the library building, or to sell the land to a developer and let the developer build to the maximum height that's allowed in that area, but with the proviso that they allow the bottom 4 floors or 5 floors or however many you need for the library to be leased back in perpetuity back to the council. Now, the reason for this is that the council has plenty of cash flow. There's no problem with money coming in all the time because, of course, you've got the rates coming, but you're short on capital. So this avoids having to borrow more money to build the new library. And you have so many developments around Wellington now that need to be rebuilt, re-strengthened, that you can actually be better off actually letting a developer do this and do it better. Now, this is nothing unusual. So some people would object to selling council property, but in fact, council has actually done that before where it's suitable. Now, my background is knowing something about buildings is that I bought my first house when I was 14, and I've been buying them since. Now, our family has over $300 million worth of property throughout 7 different countries, and so I have extensive knowledge of what it's like. I have a building in Willis Street where I've had 3 consulting engineers look at strengthening it, and it's a real problem. It's a real quagmire. You know, sort of 3 years of talking to these engineers, $180,000 in fees, and there's still no consensus. So what engineers will do is they'll give you the options on how to strengthen buildings, but they're all different. Now, this is going to happen all the time. Like, there's been a lot of talk about base isolation. Now, I've looked into that as well, and base isolation will only help in some earthquakes. So it depends on how the earthquakes actually happen. It will help in those buildings, but when you get different types of earthquakes, then it won't help at all. So to me, it's a huge expense to avoid damage from one type of earthquake. The people have mentioned the Christchurch Library. Now, libraries are my favourite places. Every city I go to, I try and go to the library. My favourite being the New York Library, but we can't replicate that here. But I've been to the Christchurch Library very, very often. When I have meetings in Christchurch, I always go to the library in between meetings. Now, to me, it's a beautiful building, but it's actually very, very noisy. Every time I've been there, if there's something going on the ground floor because it has a huge atrium, it's actually noisy on every single floor. And so, to me, that's not what I expect from a library. I expect a library to have very quiet places where you can go and read, you can go and study, you can go and do things without a lot of noise coming up. But I understand, of course, that libraries are meant to be changing. You want to have more activities there. You want to have, kids' festivals and occasions in there. But to me, the Christchurch Library is good, but that's the problem that I've actually found with it. We were talking before, one of the earlier speakers spoke about the value of doing things. Now, the cost of actually rectifying or strengthening the library, as it is now, the value just won't be there. And I've seen this time and time again, that when in buildings that I've looked at, by strengthening the building, the cost of actually strengthening it is far in excess of what the building would be worth, and it doesn't add much value to the building once you've finished it. So I'm against strengthening. I'm against these options that you've actually tabled. So I feel that letting a developer do what they do best, and yet getting us a library, that's the best option. Thank you.
Well, kia ora, Ray. Thank you for your submission. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Fitzsimons.
I'm just interested in your comment around a developer, because obviously we have a huge reliance on rates as a council, and one of the strategic kind of issues that we need to solve is diversifying, I think, beyond a rating base. So why would we get a developer to do your option, rather than do it ourselves and try and diversify our income so that we're not as reliant on rates? So why would we give profit to someone else as opposed to try and build it ourselves for the benefits of all residents?
Yep, no, I agree, and of course that can actually be built into it as well. So you can say, instead of taking, say, just 4 floors or 5 floors for the library, you can actually take 6 floors. I mean, I think that the district plan allows for 13 floors to be built in that area. So therefore, you give whatever the balance is, you take what the council needs, what the city needs for whatever purposes, and then let the developer use the rest for either commercial offices or apartments, so then he gets the return from it. So of course, the price that you actually sell it to him, the price that you sell it to him for will reflect all of the things that the council actually wants. But I actually believe that the private developers actually do things a lot better than the council can do, because they do it all the time. And they can cost things out. They already have their teams ready. And when the council goes into this sort of thing and tries to manage it, I don't think that it's managed as well.
Kia ora, Ray. Thank you very much. Ngā mihi, kia koe,
Right, thank you.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. I'd like to welcome Clara. Thank you for coming in, Clara. So we've got 5 minutes, and if you have time for questions within that for councillors, that'd be great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. No whitirana no airana oku te puna, no te whanganui atara ahau. E tepu ake ahau ki rātou I te manga o Matairangi. No reira ka mihi ki ngā whenua tapu o Ngāti Toa o te Ati Awa. Ko Holden, ko Brightonmoser tōku whānau, ko Clara Brightonmoser tōku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you all for having me here for this opportunity to talk on the matter. My preferred option is a high-level remediation for the current library building. I've long been a frequent user of the Central Library, probably visited every week while I was throughout high school, always doing all my study there, and during my university holidays, coming and browsing books and waiting to meet people and, generally enjoying the city. I've recently returned to Wellington after several years living abroad, and I really feel like there is a hole missing in the city with the Central Library being closed. I believe that the current building is a beloved and quirky symbol of Wellington that's never lost its popularity and appeal. People love the Central Library for its architecture. The unique design from Athfield is open, accessible and beautiful and creates a space that people like to be in. Its value is apparent in the 32 million visitors it's had since it opened in the 90s. The Central Library was a warm and safe space for Wellingtonians from all walks of life, for people to gather where there's no entry requirement and to have access for books, for education and enjoyment without the financial barrier. Of course, this is true of libraries in general, but the current Central Library and the way it was designed to complement the Civic Square formed the heart of the city and invited people in. This is not so easily replicated. I think I visit the Te Arapaki and Te Awe libraries probably once a week, and they just really don't provide that same service and community hub and, space that you want to be in. Libraries must, of course, remain relevant, and the needs of them continue to grow, but the Central Library has previously done this successfully, remaining relevant all throughout its time and remaining its popularity. I would really love to see good architecture prioritised again to adapt spaces within the current building to meet the new safety standards and the current needs of the city's population. It would be great to have new partnerships with Māori, spaces for the arts and services for disadvantaged communities. The re-strengthening of this building would bring back life into the Civic Centre and support all the people who live and work in Wellington. If the Wellington City Council hopes to encourage more high-density city living, the city must offer the amenities and public spaces for this style of planning. And there's, place for pride and interest within the city as well. Finally, reducing the climate change impacts of the building is of huge concern to me. The proposal to demo this building and build new is in direct opposition, I believe, with the Council's Te Atakura First to Zero policy on sustainability. Construction of new buildings are a large contributor to carbon emissions, and the demolition of a beloved building of architectural heritage and social value to keep filling the near-full landfill is, to me, a terrible prospect. Having lived previously on Brooklyn Road, we already see endless trucks carting buildings torn down in the CBD up to the landfill. When there's an opportunity to first reduce, reuse and repair, I believe this should be prioritised. For me, future-proofing and re-strengthening the building for the city's population to enjoy for many years to come will prioritise good design, sustainability, accessibility and honour the great public meaning of the Central Library. Thank you. Any questions?
Kia ora, Clara. You've done a really good job of articulating your thoughts with us. Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I was just interested, you talked a lot about why you value the remediation of the building. Do you value that enough that you're prepared to pay the extra that it might be versus a new build?
I believe that it's... Yes, I am, because I think that the city is only what it is if people love it and enjoy it and have spaces that people want to be in. And I think that we are seeing there's a lot of construction going on at the moment anyway, and this is a beloved, valuable space for many people, and I believe that it should be paid for. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kia ora, ngā mihi ki a koe, Clara. Thank you very much for coming in. Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Gloriana to come up. Kia ora, Gloriana. Thank you for coming in today. So you've got 5 minutes.
Kia ora.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As an engineer, and a Wellingtonian, I believe a high-level remediation is not the best option for the future of the Central Library. and I will provide facts to support my view. It appears to me that the high-level remediation is based heavily on heritage. But what is heritage? I looked at the definition of a heritage listing building, and the Cambridge Dictionary states that it is for a building of great historical or artistic value that has official protection to prevent it from being changed or destroyed. I appreciate there has been high interest in the existing library because it is one of the late Sir Ian Atfield projects. But why the library is listed as non-heritage, along with other buildings in the Civic Center, and why now it is so important. The George Porter Tower building, built in 1978, is also designed by Ian Atfield, and it has recently been demolished because of similar requirements of earthquake strengthening and maintenance issues. I have provided a printed copy showing the existing library building before and after the proposed strengthening. Apologies, it's in black and white. If the existing library building was a heritage listing building, based on the definition, then such works will not even be allowed. It is a contradiction to use the heritage argument and strengthen it when so many changes are in plans. A new building at the same location represents a unique opportunity to reinvent the Civic Center with better connections and integration with the City Gallery, the Town Hall, and nearby roads. I think that the best way to preserve our past is through keeping the best feature from the existing library, which for me are the Nikau sculptures. Everyone loves them. I want to invite the council to make a decision for the future, a decision that is more cost-effective and allows for a sustainable building while guaranteeing the ratepayers' money will be invested responsibly. You can challenge the architects, the engineers, and the builders to find sustainable and innovative ways to reuse the debris from the demolition of the existing library and reuse features to continue to tell a story. I have reused features from demolitions before in previous projects, and I challenge the council to look at new ways of using debris from demolition because we all know demolition of earthquake-prone buildings will continue to happen in the next 10 years or so. We need to look at the heritage we want to leave to our mokopuna. We deserve an innovative library at the heart of the capital city that is sustainable, resilient, and that can become a new landmark for Wellington. It has taken the council so long to make a decision. Please make it looking forward and based on facts. A new building provides a better outcome at a lower cost. We can afford to wait a bit longer for a new library, but it must be done right. The decision regarding the future of the Central Library should be based on heritage, should not be based on heritage alone. It should also consider resilience, safety, innovation, sustainability, and cost. This is our opportunity to build the heritage of tomorrow. Let's make the most of this fantastic opportunity and keep making this the best capital little city in the world. Please feel free to ask me any questions.
Kia ora, are there any pātai for Gloriana? You've been Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. That's really useful to have your expertise. Look, I know you're an engineer, not a QS, but just the costs, how credible do you think they are?
So the issue with rent strengthening and refurbishing the whole interior, you have to pretty much redo the whole systems, mechanical, pipes, so you don't really know what you're gonna find until you start the demolition. So I've worked at Vic Uni, on refurbishments there, and it's always a Pandora box. You never know if you're gonna find asbestos, the condition of your pipes, so you're pretty much talking about just leaving a skeleton and redoing the whole building. So I know there are a mix of feelings about the past, but again, this is a great opportunity to innovate and really bring a new landmark and have more certainty. You definitely gain more certainty out of building from an empty canvas. If you can imagine this building, just imagine having to go through how the mechanical look like. You have to strip it apart and then you find out. So there is more certainty when you build from scratch. And in terms of reusing, it can be done with a lot of planning. I mean, if a decision is made today, you can start planning for tomorrow into what you can reuse. And it can be all sorts. You can even reuse some of the glass. So it's just open for a bit of imagination.
Well, kia ora, Gloriana. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. We appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Welcome, Stu Orchard. Thanks for coming in today. So you've got 5 minutes as well.
Hello all, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I just want to clear something up at the beginning. I am speaking here as an individual, but I am also a structural and seismic engineer working for Becker Limited in Wellington. Equally, I was a passionate user of the Wellington City Library before it was closed in March last year, and it was on that basis that I went to the second public meeting where Adam Thornton spoke, and he talked about the relative costs and benefits that each of the options or the retrofit options would have. And I want to take that one step further with you today in order to potentially find a clearer goal for how we evaluate the options in order to bring our library back and take us past the roadblock that we're currently facing. So I wouldn't be much of an engineer if I didn't show at least one graph on the screen. The one thing to take away from that graph is how much more expensive the high-level remediation that we currently have in front of us is relative to the other ones, the other options. And in terms of benefit, I've listed a couple of the metrics that have been used in those proposals. There are so many, and I can completely empathise with why it's so tough to make a decision. So what I'm suggesting, it would be incredibly tough. So I'm suggesting we have one key goal that we use to evaluate all the options going forward, and that is a winning option should be a library that is open as soon as possible and that will stay open for the longest possible lifespan. And so, based on that metric, if we evaluate our 5 options that we have currently, the low-level and high-level retrofit, A and B, we can discard them immediately because they do not provide us certainty going forward. There are regulatory and geotechnical environments that are changing under our feet, so we could find ourselves several years from now back in the same position. As Gloriana eloquently pointed out, the option C has extremely high cost and it also has a low cost certainty, which means that we could be experiencing, as she mentioned, a lot of extra cost. And there are also 2 sound rebuild options, but they aren't including some of the key factors that we as engineers would like them to consider. So I'm proposing 2 new options can be created for the council. Option F, a more cost-effective retrofit. And I am aware that there are structural systems on the market that need to be evaluated other than base isolation, which is what option C includes. These allow us to be far less intrusive, and it would probably, because it would be lower cost, or likely be lower cost, it would also have less time frame associated with it. And I think the other option, it needs to be placed against a well-considered new build. What does that mean? I think it needs to be smaller, and it needs to be probably smaller and include low damage seismic systems within it. And we don't need to look too far for inspiration. Christchurch has just spent the better part of a decade doing our due diligence for us on that one. And there's some definite values to this option, because if you look at the image on the screen there, that's the pink box superimposes a Turanga-sized building, and architects could get quite clever keeping some of those important heritage features that Gloriana touched on as part of the civic square. those palms there, which are truly iconic, could be included. There's no reason that they couldn't stand as independent symbols, potentially, of Ian Affield's legacy. And then in terms of sustainability, we have all of this glass on that facade at the front. There's no reason that that couldn't be reused in the same way that the B&Z facade was reused at the adjacent structure to the Christchurch Children's Hospital. So to conclude, I think that once you have those two options in front of you, a more cost-effective retrofit and a smaller, stronger rebuild, we might have a clear path forward to meet that one clear goal of getting a library as soon as possible for the longest possible lifespan. Thanks.
Oh, kia ora, Stu. Thank you very much for sharing your expert knowledge with us. Really appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Cheers.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome Ken Davis.
Hello.
Are you on? Oh, you're on Zoom. Kia ora, Ken.
Kia ora.
Good to see you. Thanks for taking the time.
Nice to see you.
Come in.
All the way from Auckland.
All the way from Auckland.
Yes. So I should put my mask on.
Sure, I think we're safe.
We've
got 5 minutes.
Okay. Social distancing. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking both as a ratepayer and also as one of the architects on the Civic Centre and Public Library building from 1987 to 1992 when I worked with Affield Architects. So I have an intimate understanding of the building and the complex, and I can provide some of these insights as part of this brief submission. First of all, I'd just like to reinstate the importance of the building. Architecturally, it's a unique example of postmodern architecture at a scale and in a public form that's unusual and unique in New Zealand. It's a bit like Art Deco. It's kind of a style that was probably derided soon after it was built, but now we reflect on these things, they are increasingly important. It's a work, a legacy of Sir Ian Affield, one of our preeminent architects. And at the time, it was designed, it was recognised as one of the most innovative new public library buildings in the world, and received a number of architectural awards and accolades locally and internationally. From an urban design point of view, it's absolutely a central part of the Civic Centre. It forms a critical anchor at the corner of Harris and Wakefield Street and Victoria Road, as well a critical part of the colonnade and accessible ramp that serves the city to see. So it was designed to be part of an integral whole, part of that composition. Also, the other important things that, from a heritage point of view, and whilst postmodernism as a style has only now been recognised, it's important to note that Heritage in New Zealand have just announced their proposal to list it as a Category 1, the highest category of historic buildings in New Zealand. Another important thing I'd like to touch on is sustainability. Construction produces 40% of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions, and it takes decades for these to be addressed when a building is constructed. In demolishing that, the embodied energy and the embodied carbon in the existing building, you're just going to then have to use those that same level of energy and carbon to recreate a new building. So there's a significant loss. Also, it's inconsistent with Council's own sustainability policy, Te Aka Atakura, the first to zero, the blueprint for a zero carbon city. So I think you need to reflect quite strongly on that. Another point I'd like to address is functionality. This building, before it was closed, was a high functioning public building. There were 3,000 people a day, 1.1 million a year, 32 million since it was first constructed. And it's been widely acknowledged as Wellington's living room. So I would urge you to seriously consider the option to demolish it. It's a highly important building from a whole variety of reasons. And it's easily modified. So when we designed the building originally, it was designed basically as a simple structure that could be highly flexible internally. So even with the proposed various changes that are envisaged, even in some of the more higher cost options, that could easily be accommodated without compromising the architectural integrity of the building. And finally, and I say this is not only as a ratepayer, but as a someone concerned about getting the best value for money. In my opinion, the low-cost quick fix option is the most effective and desirable in the long term, short and long term. And this is the one advocated by structural engineer Adam Thornton over the last couple of years, which is to get in there quickly, get the building up above 34%. You could do it within six to 12 months at a cost between, in his opinion, $15 to $20 million. And then as a cash-strapped, COVID-affected council, you can bank the money and bank the savings and come back in 10 years and readdress it to improve its seismic resilience in terms of base isolation, because I would support that long term. But I think as a quick fix solution to deal, as a pragmatic solution to deal with the situation you're in, I think would be highly effective.
Well, kia ora, Ken. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and experience in this space with us. It's very helpful. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for questions, but thank you very much for your thorough description there. We really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'd like to welcome now from National Council of Women Wellington, we've got Rabia, Vanessa and Sonia. No mai, kia koutou. Thank you so much. Says it's been circulated separately, so then you might have...
You guys don't have a copy, or...?
It says on our paper that it's being circulated separately.
Emailed it.
We've had an email sent, apparently. Okay.
How dare you not have our copy?
We'll find it. So you guys have 10 minutes, and there could likely be some questions if you want to allow a little bit of time. That'd be cool. Thank you.
All right. So, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rabia. I represent the Wellington branch of the National Council of Women. I'm the branch secretary, and I've got to my right.
Sonia and Darren, the branch president. Vanessa.
I may as well let them do their own intro this time. Today we are going to discuss two key areas of feedback which we had our What Wellington Women Want series. And the two areas we'll be focusing on is the Tēnako Civic Square and the opportunities for our future central library. If you'd like to know more about the interim libraries part, we have that in our submission. We won't be focusing on that in the oral today. So the submission is not a reflection or aligned with the NCW-NZ policy. The views expressed at the event were based on the attendees from the What Wellington Women Want September 2020, and hosted via Zoom in partnership to provide all women and non-binary folk the opportunity. This was our third What Wellington Women Want session, run in collaboration with WCC. To further grow, thanks to Councillor Fleur and Jill Day for attending. So, speaking to for play, art and creativity, the green space is great for sports and movement. But it could be useful for more cultural activities. It's a go-to central communal space used for events such as rallies, celebrations, graduation and marches. It's iconic and memorable. Lots of memories for people. Speaking to the opportunities for future described their ideal future central library as a space with as a central community hub. The design, tutoring, training and upskilling, special different needs such as soundproof meeting spaces, co-working spaces and child-friendly spaces, plus computers, projectors and earphones to enable visual reading. Can gather and have coffee. All people can access the Citizens Advice Bureau, Community Law Centre, crisis and other services. Stops and longer opening hours are important access needs as well. Option C, proposed by Wellington City Council, to ratepayers and the sacrifice of having no central library for 10 to 15 years, waiting for the ultimate nirvana. Agreed, strengthening the library building so that it can get back up. Cost of ratepayers, accessibility, accessible for all, and climate change. Also importance to making the building safety where people can do illicit activity. Showcase Aotearoa history, culture and art. Attendees weren't overly bothered about having multiple entrances, but were very keen on more windows to connect the library visually to the square and surrounding streets. Cool. That's basically us.
Kia ora. Councillors, are there any pātai? Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, can you just reflect on what you think the value of libraries are, particularly to women?
Yeah. I've got two women here if they want to share too.
As the Commissioner for...
Well, I firstly, so I MC the What Wellington Women Want event series, and I think the biggest thing for me was the environment, and I think having a space where, or to be honest, I can speak from a Muslim woman kind of perspective where, you know, we feel welcomed. We feel that, for example, there's a space where feel that we can display or kind of connect with the culture there and be able to engage like in maybe some not say religious activities, but cultural activities as well, where that's all welcome. So from that perspective, as a Muslim woman, that's what I would value. Yeah.
And I guess as a migrant, but bear in mind I'm a migrant of privilege, I came from an English-speaking country, the UK. I think it's really good to have a sort of central hub where you can go and connect with people, perhaps from your country, perhaps from your culture, having that central hub, having those central services, you know, having that community space. I think that's really important for migrant women, particularly those that don't have the same privileges I have, and being able to have that sort of central hub so you can go and find your people, or, you know, activities as well. So it's not just cultural activities, but religious activities, all sorts of different things that we get up to in civic societies and stuff.
He pātai anō, Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your very well thought out on all the extra effort you've gone into engaging a wider population as well. My question is around refitting or repurposing what a current library service in Wellington has looked like and where those improvements can be made, whether we should put more resources in there for an education hub or access to education, or change requirements and make it more accessible for disabled people. Did you have any sort of feelings around that?
idea for community groups to be all located or co-located in the same space, and we see a lot of cities around the country and the world that have library spaces like that. I think looking at it from the future, what people were talking about were connections. What people were talking about were co-working spaces, the ability to drop in, drop out, go and do different kinds of learning, different kinds of connections. So I think being able to reimagine that with the people, the ratepayers of the city, and being able to design that is going to be an important process going forward.
Kia ora. I've got a pātai from Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, he pātai taku. Ngā mihi for all the work that you do for Wellington Women. It's awesome, bringing a voice. Just two questions. One was around, did the participants talk about the void, are they having a void at the moment, or just what they're doing without the library? How are they filling that? And another one around climate change, like what aspect of climate change was important to how we go forward with the library? Was that in the place that it is, or how we rebuild if we rebuild? Yeah, so two aspects.
Which one do you want to take? So the void part, there was definitely quite a discussion around that void. And I think one in particular that comes to mind was around having the interim libraries and them not being super resourced. And because you're meaning at the moment, right? Like the current situation? Yeah. So I think there wasn't too much mention around specifically what they're kind of actively doing, but was more around what's missing. And that was more of the discussion was about in terms of researchers, there was a lot of void for people having access to good research, good books, because there was limited there was a lot of limitations around that.
The need to transport between different libraries to get what it was that they were actually after.
Yeah.
So spending a lot of time actually doing internal CBD travel to do that, and maybe not having the time and feeling like if there was a way to find what they wanted and go to the right interim library at the start, they would save some time.
Yeah.
And just quickly, I guess, to touch on climate change, there was only a little bit of discussion about this in the breakout room I was in, was about how if it was a rebuild, then that's not a sustainable option compared with the options A, B and C.
Tēnā koutou i te whakaaro. Thank you very much for coming in today to represent those thoughts from Wellington Women who participated in the What Wellington Women Want. Thank you for your leadership in this space. Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome John Milford from Wellington Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Kia ora, John.
Tēnā koutou koutou. My name is John Milford from the Wellington Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to acknowledge the councillors and the officers, although the officers are a bit thin on the ground here. First, for your...
Just to clarify, some are listening and watching online. So they
won't take offence. I'd like to acknowledge you on the basis of the work that you do, but also the challenges that you are faced every single day, and particularly the challenges or opportunities that the library presents itself. Our submission is not really a submission on the options you've offered. I know it's unusual for us not to have a view, but the reason that we've not done that is because, to be honest with you, we haven't mandated our members, and normally I talk as a mandate for our members, so it's not a personal view. Secondly, really it was to prompt some questions from us around fit for purpose, what's the objective, what are the methodologies that are going to be used to make the decisions, and how will it fit in the jigsaw puzzle of actually the challenges that you face in the city, or that we all face. So I suppose our first observation would be, what is it actually we're looking to create for the city and for the residents and the businesses within the city? And really for us, it appears that the discussion around the building, its heritage, and the outcomes we're looking for have got mixed up. And really we should separate the two, because actually what we should be looking for is actually what do the city and the residents want today and going forward from actually the building conversation, the heritage building conversation. So I would suggest that those two need to be separated, because to be honest with you, the outcomes of what we need may not be able to be shoehorned into the building. The building may be too big, too small, not tall enough, not wide enough, or whatever, for the outcomes that we really need. And surely what we need here is the right outcome for our ratepayers going forward, separately from the constraints that the building or the opportunities the building gives. So I would strongly suggest that we really need to know exactly what we want today and going forward. And it's interesting that when I read submissions and the feedback, that actually a place of books comes quite a way down the list. So, and all I've heard is about libraries, but actually what I have heard about is meeting places, places to do activities, cultural centre, all of those things. So actually I think it's a bit of a misnomer to talk about a library. If you look at that, what we're actually talking about is the meeting place of Wellington, with all of what hangs around that. So again, I think that's very pertinent when you're making the decision about. Then you come on to the building and you've got to do what is right to meet what you want. But equally, you've got to take the opportunity to do that in the most cost-effective way to meet your obligation to the ratepayers of acting in the best way financially for the ratepayers as well. So meet the requirements for what the need is, then look at the financial opportunities. And when you look at that, we're probably surprised that taken off the table sale and leaseback, because at least that should be one of the options that's considered when you look at your financial challenges that you've got elsewhere in the city. And I know that there may be objections around the philosophy of having public buildings owned as private leaseback, but that shouldn't discount you from considering it on the basis of what's required fiscal responsibility as well. The other things that I would say is that, you know, equally you're not using the airspace well enough here. I tell you what, it'd be easier to use the airspace there than it would in Mount Victoria. So you're not using the opportunity to go up and use the space above it. Equally, the opportunity to how does that space actually fit in with what happens with the rest of the space. So don't view the thing in isolation would be our recommendation. The other last thing I'll wrap up on here is, you know, what is the role, what's the outcome for the ground floor of the city? You're only talking about a small part of the ground floor of this city. This ground floor of this city is under immense pressure at the moment from one end to the other, with what COVID's done, with what's happening in retail, with what's happening in transport, with what's happening. What part does this decision make in the ground floor of the city? I applaud councillors for the pop-up libraries, because actually that's a really good use of the ground floor of the city in other locations, and I think they're being well patronised and well used. One could argue that you should have another 3 pop-ups and have 6 all around the city, rather than, from a library knowledge education meeting point of view, and then perhaps what you're actually talking about at the city centre is something completely different. Now, I've probably thrown out more questions than I give you answers. It's not my role, because I don't think it's my role to do that. But what I urge you to do is, it's a piece of the jigsaw puzzle. It's a piece. Financial prudence has to come into it because of all the jobs that we've got to do. And it's got to be fit for purpose as well. And look, let's separate the passion for the building and all of that, and I get that. But let's deliver something truly brilliant going forward for the city, as well as cognizant of what the rest of the city has to do. And my last comment is to say this is probably the last time I shall speak to you in this capacity. But thank you very much for always giving us, the Chamber, a fair hearing. And whilst we agree to disagree on some things, we've always welcomed the opportunity to put up points of view forward. So thank you for that.
Oh, kia ora, John. We do have a couple of pātai. We've got one from Deputy Mayor Free and Councillor Sparrow. We'll see if we've got time for the Mayor as well.
Oh, well, thank you very much, John, and all the best with whatever is coming next. And thank you for your many contributions over the time I've been on council anyway, which is now 7 years. I'm sure beyond that, before that too. Look, I'm just interested in the contribution that you see the library making to the commercial, to the value that businesses in the CBD might actually see on the library, having a bigger building there, a central service versus maybe just the spread out ones. Do you have a view?
Look, I think the other thing about the library, and whilst it's there, one of the attributes will be there to deliver what the residents want. There's also the opportunity to configure it to deliver a commercial outcome, and in the sense that it could have small conferencing facilities, meeting facilities, the ability to conference, the ability to meet, so businesses have those opportunities to use those facilities. But it also gives our Wellington NZ the opportunity, not only having a larger conference facility, but actually you need other facilities as well. And, I've heard Christchurch Library talked about, they have other facilities outside of digital facility as well. So again, use those facilities that commercial can use, and you'll actually get a return on it as well.
He pātaia, Councillor Sparrow.
Just to thank you from me too, John, for your contribution to this table and your contribution to the mix of views here. Just following through on something I think you were alluding to, if not directly saying, the airspace above the building. We've had 2 or 3 suggestions to us in terms of perhaps I'm asking what your reaction is to possibility of a high-rise there, 10, 13 stories, whatever, 2 or 3 of those being devoted to the library and the rest being used for maybe apartment space in terms of our revised spatial plan.
Look, again, I'd use the maximum height available to you in the space, which is what, 22 stories? 23, whatever. I'd use the maximum height available, and if that's a configuration of commercial and residential and accommodations, look, I'd use that opportunity. As I say, you won't get that opportunity in Mount Vic, well, not in my lifetime, I think.
Mayor Foster, we have time for your pātai.
You're not in Mount Vic, John, are you? John, look, I think, and a big thank you for me. I know that we'll have the opportunity of doing that properly at a later stage, but it's always been a pleasure having you come and give the views on behalf of the business community. So thank you for what you've done over quite a number of years. Really appreciate that, and also for the ongoing relationship that we've had. The question I've got is just you've invited us to think quite laterally about what the library looks like. Or the kind of things that it does. You've in your submission, you've got the thing about, do we need to have all the books in the one place? You've got the ideas about the ground floors. If you were trying to do it, you kind of sidestep that while asking us, putting the questions to us. But if you were trying to do it, it does feel like you're trying to suggest doing a smaller library, a storeroom somewhere else which is cheaper, and a bunch of ground floors. Is that kind of where you're kind of angling us, plus a bigger building?
Look, my view is for, let's say 200 million, which is the max we're talking about, I think. For 200 million, you get a lot of facilities across the city in multiple locations. And actually, even if you then took the opportunity, look, and I've heard a number of things, that it's a place where people who don't have a permanent residence go, for instance. Well, you could fix that for a fraction of that cost somewhere else in the city. So my suggestion to you is, look, identify the need and opportunity, and I would suggest that should be spread across the city, within the city, but not in one location and all in one way. There is certainly, I think, a need for something where it is. I'm not quite sure what it is, because you need to do that based on all the feedback, but I think you should then look at using that spread across the city on the ground floor to meet the needs, and they don't have to be all in one place as well. Again, if you have a particular need for a particular cohort, why does that have to match other than another 10 cohorts in one location?
Tēnā koe, John. I ngā pātai, i ngā wero, i tō mahi. So thanks for your questions and your challenges to us, and also for your amazing work over the last few years. We appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. O ngā mihi mai o ha e te rangatira, Liz Mellish. Kia ora, Liz, thank you for coming in today. We're looking forward to hearing your kōrero in the rain. It's pretty wild out there, isn't it?
Have to push that, apologies. Just saying, I won't introduce myself because I think you all know very well who I am and I appreciate the time. And I particularly want to commend Karen Wallace and her team with Nikki and co, who came to see me and some of the members of the Wellington Tents Trust, Palmerston North Māori Reserve, and Te Raukura, the Whariwaka. So this conversation today is really from all of those entities. And we're very clear, and I'll put it right up front, that we're after option C. And as much as my friend John wants to build up, we absolutely don't want you to build up. And there's a whole reason for that, and that sits around that word Tanako. This is the heart of the city. That whole civic square Tanako is really important to us as mana whenua. And there's a whole lot of reasons for that, and I'm very grateful that I have these speech notes to tell you what all of those things are. But we are certainly very vested in the library itself. We're vested in the library for many reasons, but historically for two very important librarians. One of them is a trustee of our trusts, and that is Anne Rewity, who apologises she's not here today, but thought she was conflicted as she is staff, and we thought it was judicious not to have her appear. The second one is Jackie Sturm. Now, I'm not sure if you all know who Jackie Sturm is. She was the wife of James K. Baxter, but she was also a librarian, very important librarian, very influential in Wellington City Central Library. And she was also a poet and a writer in her own right. A very important woman of the city. And so we would certainly like to see Jackie recognised. She is, of course, Te Atiawa, and so you can imagine why we're very keen to see that happen. That's the first thing. So putting women at the heart of this, and I'm looking at all the fabulous women sitting around the table, Andy.
Get used to it.
Sort of throw that in there in a really nice... Simon, you might remember some of the... I just want to talk a little bit about Ian Atfield, this absolutely amazing architect who is internationally famous for his work, and this is probably the most interesting and famous of his architecture in this city. And so we're very keen to see that stay and be reflected. I want to talk to you a little bit not only about Sir Ian Atfield, but I also want to talk about Michael Fowler, because if you think about Civic Square, on one area you have the Michael Fowler Centre and on the other Wellington City Central Library. Two very important architects and two very important men who were involved in the design of the city. Now, the interesting thing between the two of them is actually the iwi. So both of those men were close to our tūpuna. And in particular, I want to refer to Sir Ralph Love. And Sir Ralph was close to both of those architects and worked with them on both buildings. You will see at both buildings a reflection of water. And you might ask yourselves, why is there water around the Michael Fowler Centre and why is there water around the Central Library? And it really is to do with pre-1848, before the first major earthquake, and understand the big second one in 1855, which also did horrendous damage. Where the Michael Fowler sits was once a very important fishing spot for the iwi. And it was really where the moki swam and were caught. There was an enormous rock there, and if I look at the Fowler Centre, I always think of the korero from Sir Ralph to all of us about the importance of that rock and the symbolism of what is sitting there now and the fact that there's water around it. Now, Ian Athfield also understood that korero. If you look at the markers in the footpath you'll realise actually that was once the sea. So for us, culturally, historically and importantly, that those two buildings reflect those conversations and that recognition, subtle as it may be, for the history of Tanako and that place. So we want those features to remain. We want them celebrated and understood that way back in those times, and for Ian Athfield, I think it's only, 30 years since the Central Library was opened, but he understood the significance of storytelling. And those buildings tell a story. And there is further to that, there is a stream called Waikoko which comes down, actually, believe it or not, past the Gordon Wilson Flats, and you might know the controversy around that. But it actually comes out into Whairepo Lagoon about where the whariwaka is. So it's actually, and Waikoko was more or less the stream that delineated Te Aropa from Kumutoto Pa. So Kumutoto was the pa of which we called the CBD. Not quite like that, but in fact where trade was done and business was done. So it's a very interesting place where Civic Square is. It's very important to us in every sense of the word. As mana whenua, as we who are the people who are the haukainga, it's important, and those buildings, both of them, reflect exactly that. When it was a decision of council to upgrade and earthquake strengthen the town hall, we worked with council and put an anchor stone there, and that added to that conversation. And some councillors and our mayor remember that. And that currently that stone is sitting at Te Raukura as we look after it until such time as that building is completed. So all of those things are contributing to that story of that centre. And so we are wanting to submit, really to put that story forward, and for councillors to understand in your decision making that whilst I accept the financial difficulties you may well be under, and I understand that completely because business is what gets me out of bed every day. But we can't only balance things in an economic sense. And Māori business always works on 4 principles. So it's economic, it's cultural, it's environmental, and it's social. And so your decision making has to cover all of those aspects. You have to be able to report back to us as serious ratepayers in your city that you have considered all of those matters when you come to your final decision. I could go on, but I don't think I need to. I think I need to stop, Jill, and allow you to ask questions.
Yeah, are there any part-time councillors? Mayor Foster.
It was interesting. I think the first presentation, Liz, that we had this morning was from Stuart Niven. I only caught the end of that, but he was talking about those water areas, and he said those water areas sort of didn't last very long in terms of how long they were kept going. I can sort of remember them at some point. They sort of vanished from operation. How important are those? Because that's a different question than the library itself. But how important are those as in that when we come to thinking about Civic Square, Tanako Civic Square?
Andy, in today's world, we're very innovative and interesting. And so if it's not actually physically water, but it's something that absolutely shows you that there is some relationship, we certainly would welcome being involved in talking with your designers to think about how that could be interpreted. What I want you to understand is the basis for it in the first place was really to show this significance and the reality that water plays an integral part in Tanako, the civic square.
That's very helpful, thank you.
I have a pātai. Yesterday we heard from the designers from Ngāhua Māori, the Designers Network, and they shared an interesting whakaaro with us about, obviously libraries have been based on a written record, but there hasn't been as much sort of emphasis on, I guess, the oral records that are held in this country, and whether there's opportunities for the library to be able to, I guess, celebrate and have an offering that sort of, I guess, has that component to it. And I think that's obviously an opportunity for mana whenua to be able to partner. Is that something that...
That's a wonderful question, Jill, and yes, we did talk to Karen Wallace about that actually, that we would very much like to see in the interior design that there is an opportunity for exactly that to take place. And in fact, we believe it would be really useful to create a space that actually centres on the Māori history in Wellington City. Because if we look at Te Papa, it's a national museum. It does not reflect, even though the majority of the tonga actually comes from us, but that's beside the point. We could grab it off them. But absolutely, and we are hoping that within the consultation we can get involved in discussing some of those matters so that, this is an opportunity to update the interior to reflect some of that design. I think about what's happened in Waitohi, and it's our weavers that did that wonderful installation. There's a real opportunity to reflect where we've got to. There's a real opportunity to reflect te reo throughout the building. And, it's something that we're almost taking for granted already, that it will happen automatically. But absolutely, we would be very keen to be involved. And we've got some great artists and designers.
Well, kia ora, and thank you for your involvement with Whetūrangi at Waitohi. It's really beautiful, and the stories behind it are really important. So, yeah, we appreciate your support of that. And tēnā koe e te rangatira for your taking the time to come and kōrero with us today. We appreciate that. Thank you.
And I just want to say good luck with your decision making. And as long as you agree with me, I'm fine.
No, goodness me, I think it's been expressed well over the last couple of days. We've got so much diversity of thinking in our city, which is a real power, and it's a privilege that we get to hear that, but it's also a big challenge. So I'd just like to do a big mihi to all the submitters who have taken time to come and kōrero with us. As we've heard today, there are submitters that are coming in changing their mind about things, and I think that's a really good example of how councillors feel, and I know that staff are the same. There's so much to juggle and think about in this situation, but we're lucky to be in the situation where we can even be having this conversation. So yeah, I'd like to acknowledge the people that have taken the time to come and kōrero with us, and provided challenges and questions for us to go away and think about. I'd also just like to acknowledge Democracy Services for making it work. It is incredibly complicated getting it all coordinated so that people have the right time and can turn up, and so thank you very much to you guys for making that work. And also, just as so many of our members of the public have acknowledged our staff in the libraries team, so Karen and Lucy, I can see you back there, Vida, there's lots of people, Nikki, who have been involved along the way, talking with the community, being there in the weekends. Andrew, I can see you now, kia ora. And yeah, it's really good that you guys are here listening to it, but the work that you've done in the background, and that has been acknowledged by so many submitters, they really respect the work that the libraries do and that you've done to reach out to the community, so thank you so much. So I'd like to move now that we received the information and thank the oral submitters. No. This is the last bit where we just put that forward. So is there a seconder to the motion? Councillor Foon. And is there any debate? I think we'll save that for another day. So now we're going to put that to the vote now. I've got a thumbs up from Councillor Rush. And that's unanimous. Okay, so ka nui tēnā, that's us. So we will now close with the karakia. So e te karakia mutinga. Right, unuhia, ki te uru tapu nui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te watinama, te wairua, I te ara takatū. Koe ara e rongo, whakairea ake ki runga, kia wātia, ai rā kua wātia. Kia pātia hiahi.